right? And I would want to liken this class to a real world, perfect world of business. What actually goes on in business? What do we need? So basically, when you have a business, so you and I say we own a company and we sell, let's say Sam's Club, okay? We own Sam's Club. First of all, Sam's Club is in various locations, and we have managers in the various stores, okay? And we also have various locations and employees and the whole organization going on just to make sure that sales are done. In order for us to sell a product, we need to be able to buy it from somewhere, right? So if I pull a notepad and we start talking about not SAP but just generally, in general terms, what happens, you realize that so you are a business, right? You are into sales. You are selling something, right? You sell a product. Okay, where do you buy the product from? You are going to have to purchase something to make your product, right? So we can say you get your material or your materials from somewhere. Okay, now once you are selling, there are so many other things that is going to be put in perspective. So for example, for our Sam's Club, we have store locations. This is a conversation, so you guys, know all of this stuff that we're talking about. I just want to bring you into the business world. Okay, we have store locations, and we also have employees, right? We have employees. We have sales reps. We have sales representatives that are actually employees, right? So if sales employees are our employees, then you realize that sales reps is a subset of these employees. Employees can be contractors or full-time people. Okay? We are going to have to be considering the time that a purchase is done. We're going to have to consider the amount that a purchase is done. We're going to have to consider the quantity, right, of a purchase that is basically done. I mean, these are all, general things that happen in the business world. So up to now, I want you guys to know that what we're doing, we're learning something that we already know. You're going to learn the tool, and we're going to understand why we do certain things. But I want you to understand that the idea for this is to be able to better manage your business. Okay. I'm going to pull a spreadsheet. This is, let's say, our business when we did not have an SAP system. So what happened is that we kept a spreadsheet. Let me make this a little bit bigger so you can appreciate it. Okay, we kept a spreadsheet. This is how the spreadsheet looks like. So let's say that our company code is our various, regions, right? We have Sam's Club somewhere at in Canada. We have another one in the UK. We have two in the US. So company code 1111 can probably be Canada. Company code 3333 could probably be somewhere in, let's say, France, right? 2222 is somewhere in Great Britain. What is DE? Germany? France? 4444 is, let's say, US. So these numbers do not mean anything except that we decide at the start of the business that, hey, let's make 1111 be, whenever we say company code 1111, let it be Germany. Okay? So whenever you actually buy something from Walmart or Sam's Club and you look on your receipt, there are a couple of things that you see. You can see the register so that we know who actually sold you that item at a particular time, because anybody that is selling in Walmart will have to log in so that, you know, when something happens, they can tie that transaction to somebody, a particular person who sold or bought. So I needed to start paying attention now that we're getting into business so that we understand what really goes on. I needed to pay attention when you have your receipt. Make sure that everything on your receipt makes sense. And it'll be very nice, you know, if one of you can just take a shot of a receipt and send it to the forum. Let's all analyze it. If you can do that, we can do that analysis when we meet up. Okay, so I want this to make sense because we don't have an SAP system, so we have Excel spreadsheet, so that whenever we sell, we will put it over here. So there was a sale that happened somewhere in this company, and company code 1111 it's one of our branches were in Germany. All right. And then in Germany, we have a branch over there. But under that branch, there are also, we can have multiple plants associated to a particular branch. So the exact plant where, you know, this transaction is tied to, it also says 1111, right? They basically have the same thing. If you look down there, it says 2222. So you know, it is different in the way that they basically have this. There is a company code, which is a branch, and then there is a plant, which is where certain transactions or certain activities could be done. And then you also have the sales group, right? If we have different sales groups, whatever the group is will be here. And then the payer also has a number, payer number 1050. We will get into, well, who is payer 1050? It's got to be a person. Where is the person's name here? Why is it not here? We'll get to that. But think of the payer as, let's say, your social security number, right? We can definitely tie this payer to a name, an address, and all of that. We have the ship to party, which is the one who paid is 1050. And then we shipped the product to somebody, and it happened to be that very same person, right? So you bought it, you used your credit card to pay, and it was for you. There are certain times where a payer and a ship to party may be different. And that is if I pay something and I ship it to you. I bought something as a gift, and I said, hey, can you send this to Eunice for me, you know, or can you send this to Beatrice as a gift? You become the party that the item was shipped to, even though I paid for it. All right. The sold to party, as you can see, is the one that the product was sold to. So sometimes the payer could be somebody else, you know, hey, can you buy me something? So the one who buys it for you becomes the payer, all right? And then you say, hey, can you buy me something? And then send it to this person. Your screen is black. It's got to be something wrong from your end, unless everybody is complaining. So this was a product that we, you know, sold, right? and this is a product group. So for example, if you go to Walmart and then you go and buy, you know, let's say tomatoes, right? If you buy tomatoes and you buy onions, we may categorize all of that under a product group. And what would that product group be? Let's say it's grocery, right? We can say grocery. What about if you go and buy, let's say lotion, and then you picked up something else around that place? You buy lotion, and then you buy, you know, what else? What else can be under cosmetics? Anybody? Oh, come on. The women, nail polish. There we go. All right. So if we can categorize all of that under a group, we say product group. So you understand where that is coming from. So a product group is a group of basically products that we actually label that way. So then that way, when you go down under product group, you can get the individual products that fall under a product group. Okay? So basically, these are all, this is data. When we say data, you can see that we have value type, we have versioning, we have the distribution channel, right? How did you distribute it? You know, what was the mode of distribution? You know, was it shipped through a truck? Was it, you know, FedExed to you? Did it go by air? Did it go by ship? Did it go by whatever the distribution channel is? You also have that also labeled, okay? And then obviously your division, sales organization, the country key, and then more importantly from here, when the transaction occurred, the calendar year, and then even, you know, the month. There is certain types of data that we can decide to go all the way to the calendar day exactly when that purchase occurred. So that could be 20th January 2006. But our level of detail here goes to the month level and not the day. But we can have the day. And typically, when sales happen, it happens on a daily basis. But it depends on how we want to see it in our system. We can decide to say that, hey, if it is anything that falls in January, just give me all of that lumped together per customer, right? We have the year, we have the currency that the transaction might have occurred. It was done in euro. What is the unit of measure? A standard, okay? And the number of, okay, there is someone making noise. Can you please mute? Because when you're, the number of documents, and then we have the net value in currency. All right, and then we also have the open orders. We're going to talk about what an open order is. All right, so if you have an order that might have been, so somebody places an order, right? Somebody has placed an order. I want to buy this for this amount for this quantity. It's been ordered, but it has not been what? Delivered or shipped to you. So it is an outstanding order. It is an order that is waiting to be what? To be shipped. So it's an open order. All right. So you can measure the orders that is open, and then the orders that is what? This is in quantity and this is in dollars. So that you know that, wow, somebody ordered something for $265,851 dollars, and it's sitting down over there. All right, it's sitting down over there waiting for it to be what? To be delivered. Okay. So it depends on the business that you're in. You are actually able to understand data and understand what this data is basically used for. Quantity in base units, So this could be something that has already been shipped. It's not an open order. And then you have this one here that may have been what? It's outstanding. So if this is open and this is shipped as an example, you know, your orders were 3. Let's say you bought 3 cars and you have one that might have been shipped already, but then you have 2 that is what? Outstanding, waiting to be what? Delivered. You get a picture, right? So I decided to just, you know, make this simple data so that you guys understand that there is one word that you can never forget in this class, and that is data, 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 data. Everything we're going to be dealing with is about information. Information is so important for your business, and so every transaction and every detail of your business is stored and put somewhere. So this is a sample of transaction data. Okay. Now, I would want to lay some foundation. If this is all we are going to be dealing with, as far as data is concerned, and this is in a spreadsheet, right? I would want us to pick it up and tear it apart so that we understand exactly what this really is about. What more do we need to know about this? And I want you to realize a few things here. You have company code, you have all these items over here. See, when you look over here, there is company code, there is country, there is plant, sales group, payer, ship to party, etc., etc. All right? All the way here. Now, this data can be categorized into those ones that are quantifiable, which is what? The numbers, right? Quantifiables. You have the amounts and the numbers over here, like these ones here that you can calculate, you know, and you know that business is all about what? The numbers. And then you also have those ones that are what? Non-quantifiable. Like, for example, you can say add plant 1111 and plant 2222. That doesn't make sense. You don't want to add this because it's not an amount and it's not quantity. It's like adding social security numbers. So my social security number plus your social security number. 1111 plus 2222 doesn't make sense. But if you look at the quantifiables, if you want quantity and you want to say, well, let's look at the overall quantity here that came out. The sum is what? 7,108. That means that you actually added all of this, and it makes sense for you to actually add and count. The same thing is in dollars. We always add, and this addition makes sense. All right? So there are 2 things that we've learned over here: quantifiable and non-quantifiable. All right, so here we go. I want to lay out a few things here so that we understand what we are doing. So here data is represented in columns, right? Our data is represented. Somebody is typing and it's making a lot of noise. Data is represented in columns, you know, on our spreadsheet, right? On our spreadsheet. Now, we also said that we have the quantifiables and non-quantifiable. And non-quantifiable data. Okay? This is all our spreadsheet data. All right, so let me put it this. This is the notes that, you know, our Excel spreadsheet, uh, you know, data. Okay. Our Excel spreadsheet data. This is what we have established right now. So we're saying that this over here is represented in each and every column. All right. Now, a column is the same as a field, right? A column is a field. A column is a field. It's a representation of a field. So number of documents is a field. Net value is a field. In BW, or what we are going to learn about what we call characteristics. Okay? Characteristics are business evaluation objects. All right? So business evaluation objects, as we just saw, give me some of the names. These are all business evaluation objects. It helps in the evaluation of our business. So any data, any information that is captured is going to have to be a characteristic. Okay? So we said we had what? Customer, sold to party, what else is here? Plant, country, right? And then let's pick up something like we had the quantity, and we had like what? Amount. Okay. Open order quantity, and then quantity in base units. Okay. So we have open order quantity, and then we had amount, etc., etc. Okay. Any questions so far with what we have here? So these are business evaluation objects. Okay, and these are some examples. So from today, when somebody asks you what is a characteristic, and you say it's a business evaluation, then you know exactly what business evaluation objects are. Any questions so far? No questions? Man, you guys are good. Okay, very well. So now let's take it a notch up. We also said that for characteristics, we can have two different types of characteristics, okay? So we say two types of characteristics. All right? Remember we said the quantifiable and non-quantifiable data. So we're saying that data can be categorized into as what? Characteristics. But then we have two types of characteristics, and that is our quantifiable and non-quantifiable data. All right? Now, the ones that we are calling non-quantifiable I'm sorry, I think I made a big, this is info objects. So nobody could tell me this. Oh man, guys, I thought you're ahead of me. So info objects are business evaluation objects, okay? In BW, in SAP BW terms, when we say info objects, we're saying that they are what? Business evaluation objects. And we're saying that there is two types. The non-quantifiable, right, which we call characteristics. Okay. And those ones that we can quantify, is what? Anybody?
Key figure.
Key figure.
All right. So we are going to be dealing with characteristics and key figures. Characteristics and key figures. So any report that you pick up like this, any report that you pick up is made up of characteristics and key figures. So if you look on this report, if we are using spreadsheet, you can only imagine how tedious this is going to be, that every day you have to manually go all the way down and then add and continue adding forever. So we want a system where when somebody buys and then you go to the register to go buy, I mean to you know, make your payment, the system automatically allows the data into the system without somebody manually putting in Excel. That is why when you go to Walmart, you hear that noise. Boop, boop. People are what? Transacting business. And when you scan the barcode and you get your receipt, you know that the system that they have in place, which is SAP, would have what? Gathered all this information automatically and gone into the system. So, but then if you are a manager and you want to be able to ask questions like, I want to see how much money that we made on a particular product. How do you do that? So here, that is a challenge question, right? We're saying that I want to see how much of, here, the scenario is, you want to ask yourself that question as a manager. You know, how many products did I sell in 2006? All right. When you say how many, it's quantity. When you say how much, it is what? Probably want to see the dollar amount. So this manager is probably a manager in, let's say, in the US. All right, so that is what? 4444. So if they are asking you this question that, hey, I want a report that will be able to tell me, you know, how much I did in 2006 for my products. And they already have this data as an example, right? Assuming that you have this data, assuming that they've loaded this data into BW, assuming that they have it all into the targets, and they want you to deliver a report, how do you do that? How do you do that? And this is the reason why I want to share a few things over here with you. Basically, I want to show you what happens as far as this data is concerned. Okay, and you may have seen this already. But think of this as your spreadsheet. This is your source of data. Okay? Your source of data. This source of data is going to have to be moved. Okay? This source of data will ultimately be moved into BW. It's going to go into BW somewhere. There is a vehicle that will move it and send it into BW. But let me make things very, very simple. When you have a source of data and this data is going to be moved, it's going to go into BW. So if we have a BW system like this, that particular data will have to sit somewhere inside of the system. It's like you have a house, but you have rooms designated for different people, right? So you are going to build a target that allows a particular data. So let's assume that this is one of the targets in the room, right? Let's say this is one of the targets you have in your room, in your house, and this data will ultimately come from the source. So, for example, our source system has, let's say, sales data. Let's call this, because what we're just dealing with was sales data. So let me make sales data available over here so that you can. So this is sales data, and this sales data is going to move sales data, right? It's going to move all the way to what? Into our BW system and to a place where it has been designated for it, like that. So all of a sudden, you have your sales data over here in your BW system. So we are going to learn how to build these models in BW, all right? But I want you to, for a moment, assume that you know how to build this, or somebody has already built this for you. If it's built, perhaps you are even curious yourself, what is the final thing? What is this report we are talking about? How do I build a report out of a cube, assuming I know how to build this already? How do we do that? What I want to do is I want to show you the end product so that you're not waiting till the end of the class or towards the middle for you to build a report and see how reports look like. See, without this, you can't build a report, right? Without this, you cannot build a report. So let's assume that we have this already. Data, somebody has loaded data, they've created all of these things, and we are going to have to build this report that we just talked about, which is supposed to what? Answer our question of, what is the question again? Here. This is the question, right? How are we going to build this report? How do we build this report? Okay. So having said that, I want to take you to the new slide and then show you exactly how the BW system is and where you go for different things. Okay? So first things first. First things first. BW has a layer where you do your modeling. Okay? So we call this is the EDW, Enterprise Data Warehouse. All right? And oftentimes we can call it the backend. The backend is where all modeling, loading, and administration of data is done. End of story. How do you access this place? Where do you go to this? let me just call it BW. It's EDW, all right? So let's say SAP BW. EDW is Enterprise Data Warehouse, all right? So how do you go here? If you want to go into this place to build, to create your info objects and all of that, what do you use? How do you go there? You use your what? Your SAP GUI to get into this environment. Okay? Your SAP GUI logon that you're familiar with. The one you're familiar with, this one right here. This one here. This is the logon that you use to be able to get in this way. And then you go into BW that way, and then you put in your what? Your user ID and your password, and you are able to get in and have access. So once you go in over here, you have your system, your RSA1. Once you go into RSA1, RSA1 is a transaction code that opens a page where a lot of this work is done. And this is where you put it in once you log in. For those of you who don't have access to the system right now, I will show you how. All right, so this is what you do. So let's assume that we've come here, we have a cube, we have built a cube, and we have loaded data in the cube. We've done all of this. How do we build reports? How do we build a query? And I just mentioned a query and I mentioned a report, so we'll talk about the differences between that. So coming back over here, you guys know how to get here, right? SAP GUI, you log on, you go to RSA1. Anna, you still here or you dropped? I think she just went off. All right, now when you were installing the SAP GUI, it also did install other components of it that is used to access the front part of your data warehouse. So it is the same thing, it is the same system, but only this time around you use another door for your reports. All right, so let me code this a little bit this way, and we can call this where queries are built. And that you're going to use SAP GUI's what we called the BEX query designer. So the query designer allows you to be able to design how your report should look like. How your report should look like. So when you execute that query and you see your report, that report becomes what? The end product of really what you want to do. That becomes the final thing. So in order for us to get a report, we first of all need to get all this stuff, which is the development of our data warehouse, or loading data into a target, right? Which we haven't talked about, and like I said, I'm repeating it again, we're going to go about it. But I want us to do reverse engineering. We assume we know this. Let's go and see how we build a report. And in order for you to be able to get your report, you need to design that report. So the query designer is the name of the tool you are going to use to do this design. Are you guys with me? So this is what I'm going to do. Again, I'm going to show you how to get to this query designer. And then from there, then we'll talk about the various components of the report that we need. So am I okay? Is everybody okay up to this point? All right. So let's move on. Let's move on. How do we go to query designer? You're going to go to start. If you have, this, you can probably type in query designer, and here you got it right here. But that is the shortcut. All right. Go to start. Go to all programs, and then look for Business Explorer. This Business Explorer came because you installed the GUI. The GUI that you installed comes with Business Explorer. So you see Business Explorer. So it's you go to Start, All Programs. Let me put it over here because I know some of you guys. So on your computer, you go to Start, and then you do what? All Programs. And then you locate what? Business Explorer. For the next couple of weeks, our Saturdays will be more on reporting, and then the Tuesday we will come back to the back end and learn how to build and create some of these info objects that we're already talking about. The stuff that we are assuming, we will actually do it on Tuesday so that it makes more sense. So we do, it's 1 hour, right? So just 20% of the back end, and then 80% of the front end. And by the time we are done over here, then we reverse it where we do heavy back end and then less on the front end as time goes on. So here again, whenever you hear front end, all right, oftentimes it will be like they want a front end developer or a back end developer. But you are learning both. These are some of the words, lingos that we use, So are you more back end or you are more front end? A back end is someone who designs and develops SKUs and info objects and stuff like that. And the front end person is someone who is a specialist in building queries and reports. So that means that yes, you can get a job doing just the first part, or you can get a job just doing just the back end. But it's even better if you know the two. Okay? Very, very important. Very important. All right. So, having said that, I'm going back to start all programs and then Business Explorer. All right? You have Business Explorer. We have the analyzer. And we have the query designer. We have the analyzer and we have the query designer. We have the analyzer and then the query designer. As you can see, I have it right here. The analyzer is where you go to view the query you have designed. So we are going to design this query somewhere, and then we'll be like, okay, we designed a query. Let's see how the report looks like. All right? So let's go and design our query. And then we can view that query we've designed in the analyzer, and that will call a report. You guys get it? Any questions from me? So basically, like I said, if all we are talking about and all we're going to be talking about is stuff like this, I want you guys to understand that each column is a field and it's a representation of what? A characteristic, either an info object or either a characteristic or a key figure, okay, for these info objects. So let's go and then answer the question in slide 2. How many or how much products did I sell in 2006? And you have to ask some questions. Who is this manager, and what company does he want to be able to view? Which company code? Where? Because we have multiple, right? Are you talking about the whole company, or you are talking at a particular store location, or are you talking about a particular region, or are you talking about a particular country, right? So these are the kind of questions that you can actually legitimately ask.
You're all set. No.
Wait, I think that this noise is coming from your end. Please mute your phone. Wait, if you can hear me, mute your phone, please. I can still hear some background noise. Thank you. So again, I'm going this way, Business Explorer, and then Query Designer. So you're going to run it, and it gives you this here. You see, this is basically what you had already configured when you created your GUI. So like I said, it's the front end. It is the same system. So don't call me and tell me I don't have a password or a username here. It's the same thing that you know. So that means that I'm still going to put in the same username and password that has been given to me. It's the same BW system, even though I'm accessing what? The front end. So when you finish, you hit OK, and then you wait for it to come up. So it's Business Explorer Query Designer. You see that? All right. So this is how your Query Designer looks like. This is how your Query Designer looks like. We need an info provider that has data to use to build our query, right? An info provider is a target that houses our information in BW. Info provider. So when you look over here, it means that if we have an info provider and it's here, it is going to contain fields. It's going to contain what? Characteristics and key figures. And for that, we are going to need to be able to build our query. I want you to also note something. In reports, oftentimes, this is the data, right? So if what they want us to do is, let's look at the question here again. What is the question again here? It says how much how many or how much products did I sell? So could it be that they are looking for, let's say, the product is going to be here, right? And then we want, let's say, amount. And then we want the quantity, right? Isn't it? So that whatever the product is, it comes all the way down this way. And then whatever the amount is, it's over here. And whatever the quantity is over there. So you realize that we actually have rows like this, right? We have our various columns like that and like that. These are our columns, isn't it? And then this is what? The rows. So the product is going to come against these amounts and this quantity. So this is a heading. This is an amount. That means that, let's say, product 1111. Let's see one of the products here. Product, okay, now let's pick this product as an example. So this product, Control V, needs to have an amount of what? Let's say 200, and the quantity is, let's say, 5, and it's going to continue down like this way, and this one is also going to have its own, you know, series or whatever the amount is, and then you're also going to have, you know, some quantities coming out of that as well. And if this is what they want, then you have given them a report. But you see, they probably may want to be able to see the country, right? Or they might want you to limit or restrict the country to, let's say, only USA. So let us pick up this very short, this very simple query, build it, and then we can add up to it and see exactly where we're going with this. Okay, let's build this. So you realize that we have rows and then we have columns, right? So wherever you have your columns, it is going to be this way, and so the report is made up of rows and columns, basically. All right. So let's select these rows and columns over here. So what it means is that across this way, amount and quantity, we want them in our columns, and our rows, we want it going down this way. And so whatever we put needs to come this side and then this side. Okay? Now, we don't have any info provider here. So the first thing we want to do is to click on this button here for a new query. We want to create. So as soon as you say create new query, it is going to ask you that, okay, well, that's fine. What is the info provider that you want to use in this creation? If this is the info provider that you want, you select it. If you know the name of the info provider, you can do a find so that you can put a technical name over there or the description, whichever name you give it. If you want to see all available info providers in the back end in BW, you can select info areas. And you see it's reading because it's a whole lot of it. And so you see, if you don't know, if you can't find it, you can go to info area and then look at where exactly it is. If you build something under January 2013 batch and you look in any of these, see, here we don't have any cubes, but anybody that has, let's say, for example, a sales info cube is going to be available. So when you say open, that info provider is going to be available over here for you to use. And you see, reports is so simple, it's not even funny. And you're going to be making money doing this stuff. By the time we have 2 sessions, you guys will have to master this. And you see, I want you to master this because you can actually start applying for jobs as a BW front-end developer, even before this class ends. No kidding. All right, now I don't want to use Paul's info object or info provider because I have one that I want to use. All right, so I'm going to go back up 1 level and then another because I think I have this here that I want to use. All right. You can, when you click here, you can display this in terms of the technical name. This is what it is. This was how it was called. And this is the description. You can always switch, right? So this is what this does for you. So whenever you open areas like this, it's very important for you to sort of look around and play with some of the things that are over there. If you want to see only description, you get description. If you want to see only technical name and description, you get it. Description, technical name, or only technical name, you get it. And it's the same as here. You just click on them. All right? So this is my cube that has data for me. And so I select it, and you see I basically have all my key figures in one place, and my characteristics are actually housed in dimensions in my cube that we'll talk about. And you see I have company code, I have country, I have plant, I have sales group. I have payer, I have ship to party, I have sold to party. I have product, product category, product group. I have the type, I have the version, I have the sales area, and then I have the time, which is the calendar year or the calendar month. This is very similar to the data that we actually had. And so somebody built a cube based off something like that to answer the questions. Okay? All right, very good, very good, very good. So this area is the filter area, and I'm not going to talk about it for a minute. Like I said, let's go to the rows and columns. Okay? What is it that they are looking for? They want a product. So I'm going to click on this, drag and drop it, because product is going to go to the rows side, right? And then they want the amount, how much, and how many. So I'm going to go to the key figure side and look at the net value, which is the amount. And I'm also going to look at the, let's say, you know, the quantity that was sold. Or maybe they might even want more. So you can add anything you want. But just for simplicity, this is basically what we have here. The product, the net value, and then the quantity. So assuming that this is all they want, I can go ahead and do what? Save this query. Save. I hope nobody is doing anything over there, so you can watch me to, you know, finish this up. Okay. And this stuff is a little slow, surprising. So I really need you to pay attention 100% of, so that you appreciate what I'm doing, and then you can go back and then you can, you know, practice. Okay. So you are saving your query. The descriptions can be, you know, sales, you know, a report by product. All right, the sales report by product. And then the technical name, you can say Z, this is mine, underscore, you know, this is my first query, right? So Q001. Why don't you guys do that? Put in your initial and then underscore Q001. Or if you like, you can put the technical name of your info provider and then underscore Q001. So your initial, the info provider name. I don't know my info provider name, so I'm just going to say INFPRO underscore Q001. Info provider. So you put your name, the technical name of your info provider when we get there, okay? Underscore Q001. This is just the name you give it. So what are we saving? We are saving the query, what we have created, and then you're going to do a save. So there we go. We are done. All right? We are done. So assuming that this is all they want you to do, assuming this is all they want you to do, how do we view this query that we have created? How do we view it? We said that we build this query using this query designer, and so now we've built it. So what is the next step? What do we do? The query designer, obviously, or the BW backend has yet another, not the BW backend, but the overall BW system has something else at the front end. I'm really getting a lot of interruption here. So over here, it can either be, you can view it using the web, okay? So Business Explorer, BEX, web, or Business Explorer. It's Business Explorer, so the E should be capital. BEX, Analyzer. This is where you do your analysis. Analyzer. Okay? We've created it. Now we need to go over here to go and view our query. We know our query name, so let's go view it. What did I call it again? ZETM underscore INFOPRO, something like that, right? Underscore Q001. That was the name of our report that we created. Sami, are you there? Are you in the class? All right. Kunle, you're here, right? All right. I'm assuming you're here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Everywhere is muted. Okay, very good. Very good. Okay. So we are going to go to, again, how do we get there? Same thing. Start, all programs, Business Explorer. And this time around, we're going to select the BEX Analyzer. We will talk about the web. The web is not configured, so usually you can view it from here. When you hit execute, it will take you to the web. You see that? But I think that the server for the web is down. It's going to be up because you guys are going to use that a lot. All right. Otherwise, you're going to see this report we just created on the web. All right. So let's leave that for now. And then let's talk about this BEX Analyzer. So this is where we're going to go. Okay. The BEX Analyzer uses Excel as well. So if you don't have Excel, you're not going to be able to, do that. So we go in here, all programs, Business Explorer, and then Analyzer is right there. Same thing as you're opening your query designer. You get a pop-up. And that pop-up will ultimately take you into the analyzer. So here, once you have this here, you can see that there are changes. You see BEX Analyzer. It uses the Excel, so it automatically comes up over here this way. All right. So you've already created the query. You want to view it, and that is what we call our report. So you see this here. It is for you to open. So click on open. You want to open a query, right? So open that query. And then it brings you this here. It wants to connect and get into the system to fetch the query that you're looking for. So we're going to again, puts in the same username and password that you learned. Do an OK. So then here, it is going to take you again to something similar that you're familiar with, like that. And it's going to list the reports over here, or you can go to info area if you know exactly, you know, the name of your report. If you don't know, you can come over here and start with, mine started with a ZETM. Let's say I forgot the rest of it, right? I'm going to check technical name, and I'm going to put asterisk. That means find me anything that starts with a ZETM, and I'll hit enter to find it. So it's going through the system to find me the ZETM. It shouldn't be giving me this. There we go. You see that? So if you want to be sure, you can click to change the technical name to be sure. This was what we created, isn't it? You see, the problem with this query that we have created right now is we said give us the product and give us these. So it's going to list all the products for every country, for every data that is over there as far as product is concerned. So if the sales is actually, you've made 1 million different transactions, all 1 million will show up on your spreadsheet, when in fact you don't want, that's not all you want. So we'll talk about how to limit the data exactly to how we want it, or to exactly what data we want. Right now we're getting all products, and that's it. If we want products only for Germany, products only for US, there is a way that we can write this so that we can get just that. But for the purposes of the first demonstration, let's leave it and go and run this query. So you click on it and you do open. So now it's open, and what's happening is it is going into the cube to go and fetch the information, product, amount, and quantity. And then it will display it here. It's taking a little bit time because the data is a lot, because we said we wanted it for everything. We didn't even say, oh, we want, oh no, wait a minute. We said we wanted it for 2006, isn't it? We wanted it for 2006, but nobody even told me what do we do about that. But it's done. So this query we created is not really done yet, right? So basically, this is the overall, data that it gave us. Why is it that we have a whole lot more data than what we are seeing over here? Can anybody tell me?
I think that the created a distinct selection of the products in the spreadsheet.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm thinking that the created a distinct selection of the company codes or the country codes in the spreadsheet in the cube.
Yeah, but then we did not even take into consideration company code. It says all product, the net value, and then the quantity.
Okay, so it will be a distinct product then.
Distinct product. So what you're saying is that we have CN00S1 over here, right? So if I pick up that product and we do a total over here, right? We will come by the same number. Let's see if we can do that. So here, where is it? This product is how much? 712 CN00S1, isn't it? So let's look for product. Let's deselect everything and then just pick up only that one, right? And then let's go into, this is what, net value. guys following what I'm doing? The sum is 712365431, which is exactly here. All right. So what the system did is, based on the product, we have a product that had several transactions, isn't it? So let's bring this product up here. So you see that here, it's like several of it. So it lumped all of it and then give it to us only as one. So it's unique. So even though this is like a whole lot of transactions, we want this product for the amount in terms of the total amount. So when you look at this, you realize that, okay, this is how much we made. So this is our product. Now, what if we actually want this for only 2006? If we want this for only 2006, we want this whole query to only be restricted by 2006. How do we do that? So let's go and talk about restriction. If you want to restrict your whole query by time, 2006 year, you're going to pick up this calendar year right here. Okay? Drag and drop it to the filter. Filter is restriction. And this filter over here will affect all of the what? The query and the information you have. So right click on it and say restrict. This thing is so easy. It's a drag and drop, and you guys just enjoy yourself. So what are we restricting this by? By 2006. So put it up over here this way. If you want to restrict it by 2006 and 7, you can select it, or you can select even by what? A range. So between 2006 and 2008, if you want it that way. I only want 2006. So you see what happened? It's only by 2006. And what do? I do a save. Okay. Now, you will also realize that we have product only here. But what if we want to be able to have product, but then also have the ability to add other characteristics in the report? So the user says that, well, I want to have this, but I also want to be able to have the ability to add other elements to the report. When I first run it, let it be like this. But let me also be able to pick up stuff that I can add to the report. Right now, we only have 1, 2, 3. That's all we have. So, you know, the user that is requesting for this report, the manager that wants to see this report, cannot do anything else. What if they want to see it by product group, by product, by product category, and then even by the calendar day? If that is what they want, Isaac Poku, there is noise from your end, please.
Okay, I fixed it.
If that is what we are interested in, what we want to do is introduce more characteristics, right, where a user will be able to do it, freely use it. If they don't have access to Query Designer, and you are a developer, you can give them more that they can actually add over here when they want to do it. So there, you're going to give it as free characteristics. Free characteristics allows a user to add. So when you put this over here and you run the report, it is not going to what? Immediately show up, but it's going to be available to be used. So here, let's do a few of them. I'm going to move calendar year here. I'm going to move, let's say, the company code here. They want to be able to see this report when they want to by their analysis, by, let's say, sales group. They want to be able to have, let's say, product group, product category, like that. All right. Sales area, they want to view it, let's say, by country. Let's say they may want to view it by distribution channel, or they want to view it by the sales organization. Give them whatever they want, put it all over here. Because in doing that, you give them the ability to be able to select this and add to the product whenever they want. They can add it without having to come here. Now, let's save it. So while we're doing this, I'm going to yet again pull this up so that the stuff that we learn and we talk about, we can list it and check it and know that we have talked about it and you're supposed to know it, okay? So here, the first thing that we've talked about free characteristics. Okay? We talked about free characteristics. We've talked about the filter. Filter or global filter. Let's say global filter. All right? When we say filter or global filter, what does it do? It restricts the entire query by parameters or by what you feed it with. So we fed it with 2006. That means that those numbers that we are looking at will only be numbers for 2006. Any questions so far? Okay, that's fair. So the reason why we have here IKEA, so just so that to make things simple, right? We are building on something slowly, gradually. Your characteristics will oftentimes be, or will mostly be under your rows, okay? Whenever you have characteristics and you are designing, put those under rows and put your key figures at your columns. When you do that, this is what you get. You see, this is a preview of how the query is going to look like. Here, you see that? So if you have a product and the product is A product and B product, it's going to come down this way, down that way. That's why the arrow is showing this way down, right? Now, on the other hand, your row is going across, and so it's going to be like net value and then the quantity base, so that for every product, you have a corresponding key figure. So this is the preview. This is how it looks like. So whatever you design, you can actually do. You can look at a preview over here this way. Okay? So the more you do this, the more you're going to, you know, enjoy it and then understand. Okay, very well. So here we go again. We have a global filter. We have free characteristics, right? And we said that the free characteristics, it enables a user to add more characteristics to the report when needed. And so we're going to do that example right now so that you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Okay? So free characteristics, you can never forget that. The global filter, I said global because it's going to affect the overall query, the entire query. Okay. There are times where we can do certain types of restrictions that can be based on a particular object inside of the query. But whenever you put anything here, what you're basically doing is you're saying that this report is only 2006 data. So when you look over here in our Excel, this one here, and you're looking at the data, it's only going to be 2006. It will only be 2006. You know, we did calendar year. So if you put 2006 like this, this data is what is relevant, nothing else. Okay, very good. So now, this unfortunately doesn't, did we save it? Let's go ahead and save our query. So we added some free characteristics. That's all we've done, right? Let's save it. All right, now it's saved. So this is open. Generally, in a perfect world, we're supposed to be able to just do a refresh for this to work. Unfortunately, this system sometimes acts up that way. So what I would ask you to do is just go back, do an open. It's right over there. Double click on it again so that it can do what? Refresh and then come back up. So once it comes up, I will show you what exactly got added. You will not see it in the query because we did not add it to a column or a row. But it is available for you to basically use. You see that it's the exact same thing. But when you click on here in filter, it means that you can actually add, now this filter is different from this filter, okay? Characteristics restrictions is different. Now this over here is where all your free characteristics reside. So you see calendar year, company code, country, distribution channel. If you go back here, calendar year, company code, sales group, product group, all of that, you know, it's exactly as is over here. So now, if I am the manager, or I am working on a report and I want to see this product, and I want to see something more about this product, right? I want to see, we are saying this is 2006 only. How can we be sure? Let's drag year and add, let's put here, drag it right over. You see how it looks like? Or let me even show you an easier way. Right click on it, right? And then you say add drill down according to year. Is this supposed to go in rows or columns? Anybody?
Does it go in rows?
Columns.
Rows.
All right, okay. I know you guys are new to this, so that's fine. Here, if we want to put calendar year, where should we put it? We are going to do both, so you guys understand all these columns and rows business, okay? But if it is over here and you are doing it, is it going to be under rows here or under columns? From what we've learned,
Under rows.
it will be under rows.
Shouldn't it be rows?
They run the rows.
So calendar year, if I put calendar year over here, is this what we are expecting?
This is a characteristic.
Right? It's a characteristic, so put it under rows for now. As we advance, we can talk about other things. Now, if you come and put it up over here, it's not bad, but this is what happens. It's going to give you, you know, the net value and then the year. So you see the year starts going across, right? So if you have 10 years, then it's going to go across like that. But if you have it over here, this way, then for a product, it tells you the year. It's a little confusing, but For now, just put it under rows and you are fine. Okay, today is day one. Wherever you have characteristics, put that under your rows. Wherever you have key figures, put that under your columns. All right, so let's go back here. So if we're going to put it under rows and you don't know how to drag and drop it, just right click and say drill down according to what? The row. So you do this and see what happens. It's right there. Now, in terms of result, maybe you don't want to see all these results over here. That's easy. Those things can be resolved. Maybe you want to see it only happening only once. You know, you can always right-click and go to properties. And I'm doing this fast, but we'll talk about it. Okay. Result rows always display. You can say, you know, display more than one value or always suppress. You don't want to see results over there for calendar. And again, you know, this is something that we'll talk about. But you see, basically, for all these in 2006, why do you think it's only showing 2006? Anybody? Why is this showing only 2006?
Because that's the year we requested for.
Because of that restrictive filter that we have. Thank you. Right? So you guys are all right. Right? So if I go back and then I go and then take away this filter, right? If I take away this filter here and I save, and I decide to, let's say, well, calendar is here, calendar year, I decide to add this calendar year right here, right? And I don't want to have this over here showing all these results. I can always come here and say, you know, results row suppressed. You see where I'm doing it? If you do it in the report like I did earlier on, every time you run a report, you have to do it. But if you do it here, it's not even going to give you those results over there. So you can solve it this way. All right? So here we are done. Then we'll talk about all these properties. But, you know, small, right? So, okay, so I added calendar here now. So calendar now is going to be a part of the report once we run it, isn't it? It's going to be like this. The other ones are still in free characteristics here. But this one now that we run, and it's over here in the rows, it should happen. So let's do an open, and then let's double click on it so that it can refresh. And we should have more than 2006, you know, depending on the data that we have available. So you see what just happened. So 2006, 7, 8, 9. So the product is now being given to us based on the calendar, and the calendar is breaking it down so that what you actually have more records over here. Once you take out calendar year, it aggregates it and sums it all up to the product. So you see we have more data now, but we still get the same results for the overall. If you pick up 2006 only, for CN001S1, for 2006, was this the number we were getting earlier? Yes. Let's go and select this one here in 2006 in our report and see if that is correct. So we'll select 2006, and then we'll select the product. So this is the product, right? And we select it by 2006. Okay. And okay, so here we do this. That's not right, is it? We're getting 7.5. There is something wrong. Is that the right? Guys, help me out here. This is open. This is the net value. Yeah, 584,60775. 584,60775. So you see the essence of reporting. The spreadsheets, what are you going to do to be able to get that? You're going to have to be doing all these filters and manipulation. It's even tacky. But this over here gives you the ability to do anything. Add dimensions and do whatever you want to do in terms of manipulation. We still have the filter. So assuming that you want to add company code, you can always do what? Right click and then drill down according to company code under your what? Under your rows, right? Another way you can do it is you can drag and drop it and put it here. You see that sign? It means that I want to put it before the net value start currency and leave it. So you see what happened? It came with its text. So you have company code, and company code is also showing as the result. So here you can right click and go to properties and say always suppress. So we don't worry about what. But then again, if you want to see the numbers together with the description, you can decide to say display the key and the text. But what if we only want to display the key, which is this here? Again, we can select and say display only key. So then this text will go away and the results will go away because we suppressed it. So take a look at it. There we go. How cool is that? So now you can see that you only have an overall result. You don't have a result for the rest. Okay, so someone is asking about a web application designer, which I haven't talked about. A web application designer is used for dashboards, and these days it's literally fading, going away. But we'll talk about it. We'll talk about that as well. Okay. All right. So we have product, calendar year, company code, net value, and then quantity in the base units. Okay. So this is my question to you. Now that we have all these 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10, assuming that we have so many records over here, what is the best way to filter so that a user says that, hey, I want you to give me a pop-up, right? So that I can select the year that I want. I want a year, but I want to be able to select it because I don't have access to this place. So I want to be able to run a report, but before this report runs, give me the option, the ability to do what? Select the year that I want to enter. Instead of you hard coding it over here for me. So for example, what did we do earlier? We did 2006, and then we did a restriction, right? If you restrict it over here to 2006, what happens if I want 2010? 2013, what happens to the report? Too much noise, too much noise. Isaac, I'm going to mute you from here. So if this is a restriction as we did, I'm repeating myself, we don't want that. 2006. How can you, the user, have control of the year that you want to put in? We want to give you control. So in that way, you are not going to be using this. It's not the best method. There is yet another way that you can do a filter, but then be able to use variable dates or variable characteristics. So if you want to be able to put in, let's say, 2001 to 2004. Or you want to be able to select only 2001, or you want to only select 2006 without having to come over here. You're saying that, hey, give me that feature, add it to the design of the query for me so I don't have to worry about it. Anytime I come and run my report, I can select my date. It's the same thing, right? When you are shopping for airline, or you want to buy a car, and you go online somewhere and then you pick up, they actually give you the option where you are actually able, let's say, for example, let's go to cars.com. Cars.com gives you the ability to do what? Select whatever you want. They don't give you everything over here. It's going to be too much. So they've created this over here. Look at this. They've created this for you to be able to select. And it's not just one selection. You can select by the Nissan, by the type, or by the whatever, right? You can select these. So that if I want to buy a Mercedes and I want, let's say, S-Class, right? This one here is a drop down. But it gives me the ability to be able to do what? Put in what I want. Then when you do the search and you say enter, this is a report. But it gives you a report of what? Specifics that you have given it to give you, instead of giving you only everything. Wow, this car looks really nice. We need to make money. So
Evans, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So I'm not sure of if there's reporting capabilities within SAP, why do some jobs still ask for crystal reports? Do they not have the reporting functionality built or components in their SAP, so they have to use crystal reports as an external reporting system? Why do some jobs say, okay, we want you to learn crystal reports?
That's a good question. Now, there are two reasons why they would want crystal reports. Number one, they are used to it. They've been using it forever. They still have BW. Even for your crystal reports, you need this. You still need Query Designer. So this Query Designer, you are going to consume this just like you consume this query we created over here to view it this way. You are going to use this Query Designer, or this query you have created, and use Crystal instead of using Bex Analyzer. Okay, some people just don't like the Excel, the look and feel. Crystal is highly pixelated, and the look and feel is fantastic, and there is so much that you can do with it. So if it is just about giving me results, then any tool will work, right? But clients have preferences. So if you want bucketed reports, Crystal reports is not good for analysis like this, where you just drag and drop this and you bring this in there and you do some multiplications here and there. This is Excel. This gives you a lot of flexibility, right? Crystal reports, you are either doing stored procedures, you're either writing the code at the back of it. It is something that you actually do once. It's not for analysis. It's not for ad hoc analysis, where somebody comes in and wants to do a lot of manipulation here and there. That is not a purpose for it, right? But if you want, let's say, this report is going to be always like this. For example, SEC filings. For example, financial statements, right? Where it is always going to be in this form, always in this form. You are not going to be adding, taking out, and all of that. No analysis, no ad hoc. When I say ad hoc analysis, what do I mean? A user comes, all we are doing today is ad hoc analysis. I added product, I added calendar, we're going to take our company code away. Oh, let me do it by product group. Or let me analyze this, let me see what are the numbers. What is this 48 pieces for this company code? Okay, what is the product? And then you want to say, okay, what year was it purchased? Okay, well, let me go down one more. I want to have the exact month, right? This one here is by year. If we want the exact month, we are going to put calendar month here. You are analyzing, you are slicing and dicing. That is what we call slicing and dicing. taking out, adding in, doing different forms to see different forms of the same data. Crystal reports gives you, the essence of it is to get something like this, right? So that every day somebody comes and just looks at it. You don't do a lot of ad hoc analysis with Crystal. Does it explain your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So again, a lot of finance people like to use Excel, and there are certain types of reports where, you know, they want to make it look nice for printing. So anything that you're going to print every day, you just look at it, you print. You don't have to do an analysis. Go for Crystal because it looks nicer. All right. But even with Crystal, for SAP BW, you still need to be able to learn how to build your query this way and consume it with the Crystal. All right. So let's go back to the car. I was dreaming about a car, and then you just asked me a question. So here, you know, if I decide that, well, you know, let me go back and, you know, make some changes to the query. This is a query. Do you guys realize that? Let's say, let me change the year. Let me select only 2010. This is a query. This is what is happening. This is what we are building. So how do you empower the user to be able to do what I'm doing so that you can get exactly the results that you're looking for? Now, the way to do that is what we're going to do. So here it gives you variable results. It gives you whatever you want. The results vary based on what you put in. So I am going to introduce you to variables. Variables. That is why it's called variables. All right? Variables allow you to be able to be flexible in the selection of your data without hard coding. All right? So we can say selection of data without necessarily hard coding the values, right? If you put in 2006, you've hard coded it. There are different types of variables, all right? Now, the one I want to talk to you about is what I call the user entry variable or manual entry. User or manual entry variable. Okay? That means the user enters whatever that they want. And this is how we build it. You already know why, because I just showed you a picture of a Mercedes and how you select. Now, how do we build this? So let's go ahead. We are building up upon something, right? We know three characteristics. We know global filter. Now we're talking about variables, and we're talking about the user entry variable. Okay. So this user entry variable, how do we do that? Now, whenever you want a user entry variable, it's a type of filter, right? It's a type of filter, first of all. Now, we want to build it on, let's say, calendar year. And you can pick up as many as you can see, because in the car selection, you can select it by the model, by the year, by everything else also we saw. So I want you to drop down this plus down here, okay? There will always be two folders. There is one that says the value variables. And there is one that says the characteristic values. These values here will give you 2006, 2007, 2008. This is what you can drag and drop this. It's the same as the restriction we did. You see that? It's the same. But we don't want to do this type of hard coding. So one folder is for hard coding, and the other folder allows you to do variable. Okay? So here, when you go down this way, you see one here that has a target year. It's SAP demo. We don't have a lot of variables here, but for exactly what we want, we can right click and say create a new variable. So you see it says new variable, we've created it. Now go all the way to the right side. All the way to the right. We don't want it to be called a new variable. We want it to be called select year. Say for example, we want to say, so that is how it's going to appear, right? So select year. Now let's also give it a technical name. This technical name came there by itself. So delete it and then let's say Z, you know, what, ETM underscore variable, let's say 1, right? Give it whatever technical name you want to call it. But let it be in this form, Z, your initials, and then you have your variable name. Okay? All right. Now remember that I told you that there are different types of variables. In each case, this is how you create it. Okay? In each case, this is how you create it. So it is being processed by manual input or user entry. Remember I said we are going to be creating manual, it says manual input, so let's just call it manual input. That is a type. Okay, so this is a variable, so let me just put over here, let me just say types. Okay, so user entry is the first one that we are building right now. All right, so that is one, that's type. So you see here, the processing type is the manual input right there. If you drop down this, it gives you the other types of variables there are. So what are the processing types we have? This is an interview question. And, you know, if Kofi, if you're there, and we start with the, what do you call it? The tests. You guys are going to be doing some tests over here. I'm going to ask you this question. All right. We have replacement part, customer exit, and then authorization. So those are the other types that there is. So to user entry, we have replacement path, customer exit, we have authorization. I'm going to add one more, and that is SAP exit. Okay. Now, the reason why they did not add SAP exit is SAP exit is already delivered. It counts already, so you can't create that. If there is an SAP exit, it will be available. For example, target year. Let's see if it's an SAP exit. Target year, it comes with this. It's not an SAP exit because it says what, manual input, right? But this one that we have, select year, this is what we basically have. This one here, and we said what? It's being processed by what? Manual input. Okay, so here these are the types, and we are dealing with this one over here. So let's go back again. Let me make these ones over here not bold, so we can talk about this. So far, so good, right? It's very simple, very easy stuff. So what do we do here? I mean, what else do we do? Everything here, it's, you know, the variable type, we know we want manual entry. We want somebody to enter something. That is what we do. All right. It's calendar year. That's where we did it under. That is why your reference characteristic is showing up that way. You can't do anything about that. Okay, so now let's go to details. So when you go to details, do you want a single value where you only input 2006? Or you want to be able to have multiple single values, 2006, 2008, 2009, 2010? Or you want an interval? An interval is where it gives you from to. Okay? But a selection option is where you have all of the above together. So for now, let's do selection option. Let's do selection option. And then when we get into that variable tab, I will explain. Now, what I'm doing is a type of a variable for time. You can put this anywhere, but I will, you will understand that in a second. So just hold on 1 second, I will answer that question. Whatever I'm creating is not in the query yet. So once I'm done with this, I'm going to have to put it under the filter. That is your question. So anyway, now this variable option, this variable is optional. What does it mean when something is optional? If it's mandatory, it means that whether you like it or not, the query has been designed for you to select something. You see, some people don't select anything, and so when you run a query and you have 1 million records, the query will take forever to show up. Let me give you a good example. You see how sometimes you're filling a form online. Let's say you want to sign up for email, for Gmail, and they say put in your name, and they say put in your, your username and your password, and then put in your address and your phone number, but there are certain fields that it says required. This here is required. If you do optional, it means that they can either select it or not. So let's do optional for now. Now, this variable is ready for input, is always checked. It needs to be checked. If it's not checked, your variable, you would have created it, but it's not going to show up. So let's leave it like this, and then let's do a save. Okay, let's save it. Now, a lot of these things that you are learning right now in Query Designer is going to be very similar to what you're going to be doing in Webby. So this is so important. It is so important. Very, very, very important. Okay, so now, you see we created a variable. See how it looks? So now drag and drop it over here under your global filter. So Jonas, I answered your question now, right? We created it outside of the query so that it's available for the info provider. Anytime that you're going to create any report, this one over here is not specific to the query. It is specific to what? To your info provider. So it is always going to be available now. So now that you've created one, you don't have to create it ever again for another query that you're going to be building if you want to select here. So we've done this. So now let's go save it. See, I'm talking a lot, but it only takes 1 minute to really do this. So we've saved it, right? Very good. Let's go to our query, this over here, and then reopen this query and see what happened to it. Open it. Now look at what comes up. Take a look at this. Before this pop-up, initially we never had it. The report just automatically runs and just fetches and gives us the data. But right now, you're going to see something that will come up first, which is here. There we go, right here. You see this? Select year, right there. And we said that, what? We gave it the ability to do from 2006, let's say, to 2008. So that means that you can actually do a value range like this. If you do a check, when you do a check and it comes up, it means that what you put up over here is correct. If I go and type in just anything and I say check, it will tell you that, this year is too long or it's not even available, right? So the check is good. If I do 2006 only, that means that it can take single values And it can take what? A range as well. And this is how you do the range, 2006 to 2008. And you do a check. See, even that one, it says that select year is too long. This is not correct. That's why this is telling you. So it means that you have to give it what? Space. 2006 space, and then a hyphen, and then you put this, and you do a check. All right? So assuming that you don't want to put in anything, you can come over here and select from this list. So this list, again, can give you single values, right? A combination of single values, or it can give you a value range where you can say from 2006 to, let's say, 2008. Like that, which is basically the same thing that we did. So it's year, and all you do is just put in your 2006, all right? Or you want to put in 2006 to 2010, do a check, then you can run it. So all this here you're going to see is only 2006 to 2010. And then whenever you want to be able to make a change again, you know, usually this thing should work. I don't know why it doesn't work, and that's not very cool. Okay, there you go. Right there. You can always select this so that you can change what you want. Let's say you want to change it this time around and just do 2009. Right. It only gives you, well, it didn't come up, did it? It didn't. Wait a minute. Anyway, so let me see if I can make some changes here for that to work. This is basically the behavior, right? So where did I go again? You click on this best analysis tool, so it tells you the behavior. Display, there's nothing over here like that. Behavior, there is no refresh. So anyway, if you want to do it, you just have to just open and then just rerun it, and then this comes up, and then you have to make the changes, you know, this way. Okay, you make the change, you hit 2009, and you have your refresh, and that's basically what comes up. There has to be a better way where this actually works. There has to be a better way. Any questions so far? So like I said earlier on, I want to repeat this again, and maybe we should put up a few notes, right? You know something? You know, this is going to come on your plate. Some of these things that we talk about, you can jot down some notes, and then at the end, post it to the class. I will review it if there is any issues. So what we said is, whenever you create anything here, right? Look here. This one here is for this info provider. We created this here, and we added it to the report. So any query that you are creating on top of this info provider will always have this, because you created this, and so it's always going to be there. If I create a new query and I bring this info provider up, because I created this for the info provider, it's going to be available. So this is not report specific, that it is what? Your info provider specific, where you are getting the information. It's always going to be there. So once I create this, it's there. For any query, I can use it. So let me go ahead and then select company code. All right, and then here I'm going to create a new variable for company code. All right, it comes up over here like that. I can say you know, or you can say select company code. Because remember that you want to write something that the user, you are the developer, right? The one who will view that report will make sense out of it. So if you say select company code, they know that, okay, this is for selection of a company code. And then here you can give it whatever name you want to. Mine is V002. Sorry, 2. So I already have one, so Z002. It's my processing type is what? Manual. I go into details. Make sure this variable is what? Ready for input. If it's not, that pop-up will not show up. So whenever you create a variable, I will do a demonstration there for you to see. So our variable represents multiple, interval, or all of the above, so selection option. Okay? The variable is optional. This time around, I'm going to do mandatory. So you guys can appreciate what I'm talking about. Mandatory. So let's save it. And then we can now see, you have created it, but if you don't add it to this report, you don't have a variable. So drag it and then add it here. So now we have 2 user entry variables now. You have 2 user entry variables. Save it, and then let's go run the report. So you see now, select here, select company code. Look at the asterisks. This is very typical with the regular online forms that you fill. If you don't put in anything here, you cannot see. Say, for example, click OK. You see that? Specify a value for variable select company code. And you don't put in anything here. Okay, there is noise in the background. If you just join us. All right, so here you have to put in something, okay? So they do this specifically so that you are not, sometimes it is a check, so you don't run queries that will take forever. So you don't run queries that will take forever. So if your company code or your division or wherever it is a US and it's 4444, select that, so that you are only running that, or you can do a range, or you can do different multiple selections based on this here. And then you can do what? An OK. So this here now gives us company code specifically for, if you want to double check, you can drop this company code up here, put it anywhere here. And it gives you results again, so you guys know how to do that. Go to properties and then, you know, suppress the results rows. You see, it's 44444. Yes. So it really all depends if you want to do whatever the restriction is on characteristics, you can basically do it. Now, we talked about yet another type called this authorization. You see, sometimes, right, an employee, Prince is asking a question which is very valid. Sometimes an employee doesn't have a business viewing a certain type of report. So there is going to be an authorization variable that can be created so that as soon as you run this report, you don't even have the option to select anything else. It will automatically recognize you as an employee and then apply a company code over here for you. So that means that this is the only place that you can run. okay? Because we don't want anybody just going in there to view anybody's data or to view, let's say, the whole company data to go and sell it to a competitor. So all these there are authorizations and there are different things that allows you to be able to manage what you're running. Now, for the user entry, which is what we are doing, the purpose of that is for you, the user, to be able to what? Enter information that you want. If the company doesn't want you to have access to other parts of data, then it is going to be a variable of the type authorization. And a part of this is done at the BW backend, where you as a user, you belong to a particular company code. And as a result of that, you are going to be able to only see a certain level of data. You can see, let's say, salaries, for example. You can go and see your boss's salary. You can probably see only your salary, depending on what level you are or where they put you. So this allows you to be able to do that. All right? So I will explain the other ones as well. I've talked about authorization, so you guys know what it is now. Okay? All right. Any questions? So remember I said that sometimes this pop-up doesn't happen, right? And that is because you failed to select. So whenever you want to make changes, you can always look at it from here and here, or you can come this way and you can do a change, go to details. If this over here is not ready for input and you do a save, right? I have unchecked it, right? Even though it's mandatory, you said it's not ready for input on the company code. Let's run that report again and see what happens. It is not properly defined. It says the company code is not properly defined. So that's interesting because I guess because of this here, it's complaining, which is a very good error. But let's just say yes. Do you want to continue? Let's just say yes. All right. So now let's go this way. Open and then run this. It says variable select company code is not properly defined. It could not be opened. So previously, let's see why it's saying it's not properly defined. Is it because of this? If that is the case, then they fixed it in a way where if you don't have it readily available for input, it's not even going to, you're not even going to do anything. Let's see if that is a problem. So let's go back, open, and rerun and see what happens. See? So now SAP has added one more, so that a lot of, previously, before this version, if you do this, it doesn't alert you. If you uncheck it, it doesn't alert you. It just tells you to continue. So you are able to save. Okay, well, so let's if it conflicts, let's do optional this way, and then let's do a save. Let's see if it has a point there. It still says it contains errors, right? I said it's mandatory. Now I made it optional. So Equia is saying that it's probably because it was mandatory. That is why it's conflicting. Like I said earlier on, the previous versions, when you do, it's not ready for input. It doesn't complain here. It would just not show up on the other end. And so sometimes people are like, what happened to my, variable screen? You look for it and you don't find it. So let's go run it again this time around and then see if it's going to complain. And again, you see that, so this is good. They added this so that you know that if it says it's not defined properly, you don't know what it is, but then you can come back and then make sure that this over here is checked. So whether it's optional or mandatory, you make sure that it is checked, okay? or mandatory initial value not allowed. This is really basically the same thing. It's exactly as it says. So variable is ready for input. So you see, you can have as many as possible. So again, in an interview, they will ask you that, hey, you created your variable, but when you were running it in Bex, it wasn't showing up. What could be the problem? The answer is go back, look at your variable, make sure that variable is ready for input is checked. When you tell them that, they know that, okay, yeah, this guy is experienced. Right? Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. How did you make that properties window pop up again? Did you right click somewhere?
You always just click on the select company. Wherever you click, it gives you the properties. Anything you select gives you the properties of that. You see? Anything you select brings you the properties. Okay? So we'll talk about properties. I want us to be a little bit more mature in what we are doing basically right now so that, we understand. So this is cool, right? This is cool. You guys understand this very well now. Okay, very good. So I want us to, based on this here, what if they tell us that, hey, we want you to give me products for the previous year and then the current year. So they want, this time around, they want current year. They want previous year. Right? They want current year, they want previous year. And then they want to be able to see the products down this way. Right? So then we have products. How can we create a report like this? So current year, let's say current year quantity, right? Previous year quantity. Current year amount, previous year amount. Previous year amount. So this is our task. There are different forms of report. Again, so this is our scenario 2, right? The first one, we've done. This is the second one. How about we just put a slide that we can put some of these scenarios that we are working on. So our scenario 1 report. The scenario 2 report is this. Our scenario 1 report is this one here, isn't it? That was scenario 1. So based on that, we're able to do variables and all of that. Now this here is telling us that we need products for current year quantity. So products, current year, previous year, current year, previous year. How can we achieve this? How can we achieve this? All right. So See, I'm going to do this in the report so that you can appreciate it. So now let's go ahead and save this, right? We can save this, and then we can I can actually do save as, or we can just pick it up from scratch. Let's create a new one. Let's create a new one. So you see, I clicked on create, right? And I'm going to be creating a new one. So everything is going to go away, and I'm going to have the very same info provider we used earlier on. But remember that there were certain things that we created that is going to stay with the info provider. We don't have a report now, but some of the stuff we created, for example, calendar year variable, you see, it's still there. So anybody that is creating will be able to use some of these. Okay, we'll be able to use these. So here we go. We have our columns, we have our rows. So they actually want this by product. So we pull our product here. They want some, you know, free characteristics. So just give them some free characteristics, right? They want it by country, by plan. They want to be able to, you know, put in whatever they want. On the other side, product category, product group. Let's pick up a few like country, region, right? A few of these stuff, right? Okay. Now, what are we going to do about amounts? First of all, let's pull in the amounts. They want amount, and they want quantity. But this is not what they want, right? They want previous year amount and previous year and current year. All right. What is previous year? Can anybody tell me what previous year is? What is a year for previous year? I'm talking about a year. We are in 2013. So what is previous year?
2012.
Okay. So if we are in 2014 today, what is previous year?
2013.
If we are in 2015 today, what is previous year?
2014.
Okay, very good. So do you realize that when you say previous year, it is relative? It's relative to your current year, because current year can be anything. So what this report is saying, that assuming that my current year is 2012, I want you to compare 2012 to the previous year of 2012. Assuming that my current year is 2013, I want you to give me values. How much did I make for 2013? And how much did I make for my previous year, which will be 2012? Okay, I'm going to show you two things, okay? Now, this is net value, all right? I'm going to double click on this key figure. If I double click on this key figure, you see this is a local restriction. So I can say that let me restrict this key figure, this amount, by, because I'm trying to create current, right? Current year amount. So let's change this here. Let's call this current year amount. So current year is 2013, so I can go and pull up 2013 like this. Sorry, 2013, and then I can do my restriction here. So do you guys now understand why I said global filter? This one is local. This one's restriction is specific to what? To this particular key figure. So I'm going to do a restriction here, and I'm going to say that I said current, right? So values So let's say 2013, like that. So in doing this way, I have actually done a selection based off 2013. So it is actually a restriction. It is a restriction. I have restricted this key figure to only bring in only 2013. All right. So current year amount, and we know that the restriction is based on 2013. So let me put it there. So there we go. All right. Let me also do. Okay. So I can do a copy, right? I can do a copy, and then I can right click and still do a paste. So you see this paste here is the same thing, but I can go inside and then go and do what? Make changes. It's the same net value, but this time around, I want to call it what? Previous year. Previous year, 20. So previous year will be what? 2012, right? So this is wrong. So that means that we'll have to change this value and make this 2012 and take this away like that. So then here becomes what? 2012. You guys get it? So we know that, you know, well, I mean, let me just go ahead and then do everything. So we said current year. I can hear myself. Please, if you unmuted yourself, just mute. Current year, previous year. This over here is in quantity. So we can do the same thing. So let's go ahead and then pull up the year, drag and drop year, right click and do a restriction. And it will be what, 2013. I'm going somewhere with this, so I really need you guys to pay attention. Now I can always change this. So I say what, current year, is it quantity? So our current year we selected is what, 2013, right? Okay. Again, we can do a copy, and then we can do a paste. Always put it on top of it so you can do the paste. Don't do paste as child. You want to just paste it so that it's on the same level, right? But then here we want to, you see, another way to be doing the copy, I didn't have to do a copy. I can just right click inside here and key figure right here and say select new selection. If I do new selection like this, I'll have to go inside, double click inside, and then I'll have to go and pick up my net inside like this, and then also go and then pick up my, you know, my year. Pick up my 2012. It's the same thing. It's called selection 5, but look at what happened. This is what I just did, isn't it? Are you guys with me? Now you can move this and then bring it all the way to the bottom. So I did the copy because I already have something that I can remove it. And what I was trying to show you is that it's not always a copy, because there are times where you don't have anything here. But if you need to create a restriction, you right click and then you say new selection. Okay? Even though it's a restriction, they call it new select. It's called selection. Selection. Selection allows you to do what? Restriction. So you do new selection, and then you double click, go inside here, and then It's a selection, so make sure that you have your key figure there. This is the key figure I want to select, and I want to restrict this key figure by a particular year. So I drag the year in there and then right click to restrict by the year and say 2012. And then over here you can call this, let's say, test, so we know which one that we created. So you see the test, that's what we have there right there. So I'm going to remove this here. So right clicking this and doing a copy only helps me you know, to easily create it, because then I don't have to do a selection and have to go and pick up this key figure. The key figure was already there. It was a copy because this was what I was interested in. So you can do it either way. You can either do the copy if it is the same key figure you want to use, but if it is a different key figure you want to use, then whenever you want to do a selection over here, right click on this key figure. Don't do this and tell me you can't find it. Click on this structure. This is a structure. Right click on it and then say what? New selection. So now I'm doing a new selection based on a quantity. So I right click here and then I come and pick it up over here. Bring it in and then go and bring calendar year in here like this. Right click and do a restriction. And we want 2012. So now we can say what? Previous year quantity 2012. So when I run this query, this is a new query we created, right? So we can say sales by previous current year. Let's just say save. Once we save this query, oh, wait a minute. We have previous year is 2013, current year is 2012, previous year is 2012, current year is 2013, isn't it? So now we are going to do sales report by previous / current year. And this is my second query. So I've saved it. So you see that it comes there, sales report by previous current year. All right. So now that I have this and this product here, these things are actually what? Specific in here, in the sense that I don't need a global filter here, because I have specific filters that are over here already for me. So once I save this and I run this, the values or the numbers that I'm going to get is going to be only 2013 and 2012. And then we can build up upon it and see what the best practice is in developing queries like this, because this is not good. All right, so now let's go here this way. Let's go and then let's open this query. The query that I'm looking for is not this one because we created another one, right? So let's do a find. It still starts with ZETM, so I should have another type here. Let's see if we can get it. All right, so the 002 is here right there. So once we run this, we will be able to compare it to see if what the user is asking is what we have created. All right, so you see, these are the products, year 2012, previous year against the current year. So you see, oh, sorry. We did something. This is quantity, and this is quantity. So we need to be able to sort of, you know, this one needs to come, Okay, so if we want to make a change, you can always go to edit query here. Okay, right from this place, you can click on this and you can actually go to edit query. So you see, it gives me this here. Since this request is locked, that's fine. But what I'm interested in is just rearranging this. Okay, so we have previous, we have current, we have previous, we have current. Well, my previous is quantity. So where is the current quantity? Current year, let's, all right, it says that, you know, this object is locked because it sees that I'm already in there from another angle from here, right? So that's fine. If it says it's locked, let's go back and then just, okay, so let's come here. So this way, current, let's do the current amount first. So current amount, just move it up. You can always rearrange current amount, previous amount, okay? And then current quantity, previous quantity. So it can be rearranged this way, and then save it. Because it makes sense because we want to do comparison, right? It's a sales comparison, sales year comparison report. So it makes sense for the current and the previous to be together. So you see, current year. So this year, for this product, we sold 65. The previous year was 67. So if you are a manager, you're asking yourself, why is it that the previous year, Martins, Shagun, there is noise from your end, please. I've muted you over here. So you ask yourself as a manager, why is it that my previous year sales for this particular product is more than my current year? 65 against 67. So there is a whole like 2 million of revenue loss, right? But when you look at the quantity, you see that you sold for the same quantity you sold. So what could have happened? What could have happened? Anybody? Let's talk to me. You can type. What do you think could have happened? Just anything. There is no wrong or right answer. If you are the manager and you were seeing this for the same piece, price drop, very good. There could be price drop or price change. What else? What else could there be? What else could there be? Discount. Thank you. Discount. So there could have been discount. So there are several reasons why this could have happened. Well, if it's theft, we have the same 99 pieces, right? So last year there are 99 pieces, and this year you sold 99 pieces. So I don't think that somebody stole anything, because otherwise this would have been smaller. Vera, you get me, right? So it could have been as a result of discount. It could have been as a result of, you know, price change. Exactly. Returns. Possible. Yes, possible. So then we can be like, well, you know what? Maybe somebody. Well, these were bought, right? But then, well, our system is saying that this was actually bought this year. Is recording as bought, but somebody might have returned, you know, it. So it could have been some goods that were bought, but they were actually returned. So if you say mismanagement, we are looking at numbers over here. So what was mismanaged? Or could it be that the returns? Okay. Could it also be that maybe our data load? I mean, look, if what we are looking at in terms of the quantity, we have 99 pieces, everything is accounted for, and there is a price drop, let's leave the headache for that manager to go and sort it out, whether it's inventory or somebody stole something or whatever happened. That is not our headache. They want a report, and we've delivered it. Whatever they want to do to that report is their business. Okay, very good. So guys, what I want to find out from you right now is, what do you think is wrong with this report? This report is nice. It looks, everything is perfect. But then the requirement that they gave us was to get current year. What happens if you have this report next year? If you run this report and we are in 2014, right? This report is going to not change. This report is going to show us if you are in 2014, this report will still show current year 2013. And they're going to be like, what is wrong with this guy that created this report? He hard-coded the current year. It's 2013. But now we are in 2014. And this report needs to work. It doesn't matter what year we are in. It needs to work when it's current or not. It needs to work. So how can we do this? What do we do? You see, the problem is here. This is what we did. We, again, hard-coded 2013. So how about we create a variable with one selection? Well, if you say current year minus 1, right? Where is the current year? Current year is relative. Very good. So we are going to create a user entry that some of you guys are like doing really, really good with the analysis. So how about we create, why am I not using this? Why am I not using this? Because this one is multiple options, right? If you look here, it has selection option. I want to be able to create one that will only give me a single value, okay? And the variable option, let's do it mandatory. And then let's say this is calendar year, right? So we can say cal year and into bracket single. A single selection, right? So you can only select 1 year because that is how we built it. And then we can do ZETM underscore V003. That's the third one I'm creating today. And I do a save. And then I do OK. So now that we have this calendar year, right? So what's happening? Is anybody having problems? I can see a lot of chat going on. Okay. So is everybody okay? Are you okay now? You are not freezing. Okay. So if anybody else is freezing, then it's your problem. Okay. All right, guys. So here we go. Current year. Let's go and work on current year. So current year is whatever that we are going to put in this report. If we put in 2013, current year is 2013. If we put in 2012, current year is 2012, right? So here, this current year now, let's just call it current year. We call it current year because current year can be anything. And this is 2013, but we don't want this, so we want to take this out. The good thing is that now we have calendar year that we can actually put over here like this. Okay. We hit enter. Let's come back to the other current year. And let's do the same thing to it. Let's take out the 2013. And then replace it. So if you're forgetting anything, just remember that variables, the same variables, this time around, I'm not doing it at a global level, I'm doing it at a local level to do restrictions. All right, and so this type of query report that we are creating requires a way where there is flexibility. Okay, so now we have our two current. What about the previous? What can we do about previous? Anybody? Anything that we select -1 will be previous, isn't it? So we can offset this variable by -1 so that we can get previous year. So you right click and then do a restriction. When you come over here, this calendar year is right here. You see this here? It's an offset, or just right click on it and say set offset for variable. So if you say it's an offset, this, you see, is the same thing, right? If I right click here and I say offset, I get the same screen. Or this is a shortcut. This one here is a shortcut. I can select this. And then I can do what? -1. That means that whatever year that I select, give me the -1 of that year. So that gives me previous. And I hit OK. You see that? And I hit OK. All right, let's do that for the last one. This one here is the previous. Oh no, wait a minute. I did current and previous year. Okay, there we go. All right, so current year quantity, we do the same thing, isn't it? Oh, there, we already have that. Current year, okay. So now this is what is left. So now we take this out, and then we bring in our single calendar year, and then we can right-click and restrict it and go to the offset. See, it's not showing, so you have to highlight it. And click on the last part, or right-click, and then do what? Offset to -1. So you guys can now start thinking. If they say, hey, I want to give me the previous 6 months, that is going to be on a calendar month, right? So whatever you put in, you have to what? Go to the previous 6 months, which is what? Minus what? Anybody? Is it -5 or -6? Whichever one. -5, -6. Previous 6 months or whatever. You go to this 6th month. Right? Very good. Very good. I like the way you're thinking. So then here again, we're going to take out the 2012 this way. Okay? And then we have, so you see, this over here now is all set. Now, because we have a filter somewhere in the query, it doesn't have to be here. Because it's somewhere here, the pop-up is going to happen. So let's save this. Okay, let's save it and let's go and run. I think we have too many queries open now, so I have to close some of them. Like that. Okay, never mind. We can do that later. So we come over here, add in open, and then we run this previous current year, and let's see what happens. So if it's 2009, that is our current year, it means that our previous year will be 2008. So let's run this. So it means that our current year is 2009, our previous year is 2008. How do we know that? Let me drop this calendar year according to columns. You see what I did? I did according to columns, right? So this product for 2008. This is previous current year amount and previous year amount. So why did it leave this here? So anyway, so you have 2009 and then you have 2008. Even though we did not select 2008, but you understand how your variable option is working, right? So let me go back to, let's say back to start, or back one step, one navigation step. So whatever I did, if I go back one step, I still get this. So let's right click and then do according to our regular rows and see how that turns out. So you see again, let me take out the results for a little bit for now. Let's take out the results here, suppress. So for the same product, we have two calendars. This is the previous year. See where where it put it? This is the current year. So 2008, 2009, 2008, 2009, 2008, 2009. And I just put in this calendar year here just to make sure that we are correct with our definition. So let's move this back. Okay. And all these results and everything showing this way again, you can also always go to query properties over here as well. And zero suppression. And then you can say active. Well, that is zero suppression. So whenever there is a zero, you know, don't let it show. That is zero suppression. But then also we have display options, data formatting, if you want to make changes to how the query looks like over here in terms of the order of your free characteristics, if you want to change the order, if you want to, you know, change the order of this here, let's say you want this to come up, you can bring this up, plant and product. You see? And when you finish, you can just roll it. These are all options that are available. You see, position of the results row is going to be on the right side. Display of zeros, right? All this stuff gives you the ability to do this, but this is something that you play with, and over time we're going to be using this every time, right? So it's no big deal. You get these. All right. So really, we have basically gone through this, you know, part again. Now, someone is asking for the variable offset, and it's really very simple. You all know how to create your manual entry. So if this over here is what you put in here, just like you put at a global filter, all you do, you can't go wrong. There is nothing else for you to select. All right. If you are doing something for a previous year, all you do is just double click inside of it, drag and drop your calendar year, and then your variable entry. Just right click and do a restrict. There is nothing else. You can't go wrong, right? So highlight it, and just right click and you have your variable offset right there. So previous is -1, meaning that whatever I enter in my user entry variable screen, let my previous one give me -1. So it's actually working in tandem with the current year selection. Okay, is that clear? No, we should do it again. It's really very straightforward. There is not very much over here, really. Not very much here at all. That's it. So you see how simple this stuff can be, right? It's really simple. Very simple. All right, very well. So let's say, for example, so we did a selection, right? We did a selection, this one here. How about if you want to be able to have current year, previous year, current year, previous year, somewhere that it's going to be available at the info provider level, which is global, so that you can always reuse it. See, this one here is not reusable. This one here is specific to the report, the query alone, because it's in the query, because you define it here. We can do the same definition of what we've done here over here, so that any time that you have to create a query that is based off a previous year and a current year, you can use it. You do it exact same way that we just did it, except that they have different names. Okay? So over here in the query, it's called a selection. We need to, we need to put down some notes. Please mute your phones, guys. Mute your phones. If you're on the phone, please mute that phone. Prince, is that you? All right. This is very, it really distracts me. I don't like that one bit. If you're on the phone, please mute the phone. Okay, mute it when you're talking or there is a child in the background, because it distracts me. All right, so having said that, how do we create it at the global level where it is reusable? Where it is reusable. Because you see, like I said, these ones here are objects, all right, but you cannot reuse it. Let's say you want to create a new query. You have to go and build all these again. But if we build it at the info provider level here, it's always going to be available for you here whenever you pick up this info provider to use. You get what I'm saying, right? So the way to do it is a key figure. Right click on it, and we are interested in a restriction. So that's a restricted key figure. A restricted key figure, you can create here is the same thing as that over here. Only it's not called a restricted key figure, it's called a selection. So at the global level, restricted key figure. At the local report level, it's called what? A selection. So you know, if we can note that also, so that in our notes we can make that available. All right. Right click, restricted key figure. It comes up there like that. You double click on it. Same thing, the exact same thing. So the first that we did was in, let's do that for the net amount, which was what we did earlier. And then let's go and then pick up call year single. All right. And then we can say current year. And then you do current year, what, amount, right? Or current year net value. Okay, I should give it ZETM underscore V004 and save. You see, it's right there. So the thing is that it's current year net value is the same as current year amount. But if I drag this out and I don't have this, then I always have to come in and do a selection again and go and do everything. You see, because it's gone. Whatever I dragged out is gone because it was local. But if I put this over here, if I put this over here, current year, and I take it out, and I want it back, I just come here and then just pick it and then add it. So you see the difference? You see the difference? So if it is something that is going to be reusable, you are in a company, you are the BW developer, you know that there will be more reports that will be coming for current year, previous year type of stuff, especially when you are dealing with finance or even sales for that matter. If I were you, I will put it up over here so that next time it's reusable, and not just you, for anybody else that will have to have a task to build a report that they may need this. Right? So now you guys understand the restricted key figure that I just created. Okay, very well. Now, what about if they want us to be able to create, that is going to be the third scenario, right? Let's work on it. Well, I mean, so we've done, let me update our presentation. So we've done a couple of things here. We've learned a couple of things. We have free characteristics, the global filter, you know, variables, especially user entry. We've done user entry. So let me just say user entry variable. User entry variable. Okay. What else have we done? We know what restricted key figure is, right? Global for reuse, isn't it? And then we also know what a selection is, right? Which is also local for the specific query, right? Specific query not reusable. Not reusable. Okay. Now there are times where we have certain calculations. Let's go to our this report and say, for example, we want to calculate our quantities, right? Let's say that we want to be able to have total quantity. Total quantity is, let's say, the open order quantity that is against the quantity that is being shipped. So it means that if this is outstanding and this one has been shipped, we want to be able to calculate something about, you know, this one here plus this here. All right, so that we actually know our overall total quantity. So how do we do that? Again, we can do that here, or we can do that here. So let's do it locally first, and then we do it globally, and then we see how it shows in the query. Okay. So if you right-click here and you say formula, if you say formula, you see it gives you this formula sign. Again, you can either double-click or just do edit. Everywhere we've gone to, this edit is there. So double-click on it or just do edit, and it's going to bring you to somewhere. So here, what formula do you want? What is the description you want to give it? It's something that you are creating. So you can say total quantity. See, the beauty of BW or business intelligence is you have a manager and you have people that are telling you what they want. You are not supposed to say, wow, so how do I know total quantity? How do I know when to create that? When they give it to you, when you have a requirement. See, there are two types of requirements. There is a push requirement and there is a pull requirement. You see, if you go to the hospital and you know what is wrong with you, and you are telling the doctor, you know, yeah, and I was sick and I had temperature and this happened and that happened and that happened, you are actually pushing the information to the doctor. It's a push. It makes the work easier for the doctor to be able to handle. But then you are one of the troublesome ones that you go to the hospital, you don't know what is wrong with you, and the doctor asks you, what is wrong with you? I don't know. Are you sick? Yes. What's wrong with you? I really don't know. So then the doctor now has to what? Pull information from you. Okay, do you have temperature? Oh, what did you eat yesterday? How did you sleep yesterday? Did you hang or did you sleep on a bed? You know, your shoulders are hurting. Is that right? Is that true? They're asking questions to sort of derive, to get information out of you. That is a pull. But you guys, oftentimes, you're going to have a situation where it's a push requirement. They're telling you that this is what we want. You are going to organize workshops and sit down with business users who are going to, you know, tell you about their data and the kind of reports that they want. And we have what we call the query design specifications. I'll have Eva really go through reports with you guys, you know, and it will make sense. But the query design specifications basically tells you what you are going to develop and how the calculations are supposed to be done. So if they tell you we want total quantity and you ask them, what is total quantity? Oh, they'll tell you that, well, you know, the total quantity is, you know, something and something. You see, this is all we have in the query. We don't have anything else that we can use. right? There is nothing inside of the query. We need something in the query for us to be able to use. So if we're saying that total quantity for us is the open order quantity plus the quantity in base units, we ought to what? Go back. Before we come here, there is nothing here that we can use to do the calculation. So we have to pull in whatever information that we need to create the formula, like this. All right? So this plus that should give us total. So let's go back in there again. So now we are saying that this here, double click on it, and then do a plus. This is a plus sign right here. Plus, the first time I did it, I double clicked, or you can just drag and drop here, like that. So quantity in base units plus open order quantity is equal to total quantity. And then you're going to do what? Okay. So now you have your total quantity. Where do you want it? You probably want it down over here. You see, the requirement says that we want total quantity. So what if they don't want this? They don't want to see this. They don't want to see that. They don't want to see it. All they want is total quantity. How do we do that? You can right click. You can go to this place here, right? You can pick it up one by one, or you can do a shift on your computer and then highlight both of them. So we want to hide it. We want to hide it because it is going to be used in the calculation, but we don't want to physically see it in the report. So come to display. And then you can say what? Hide can be shown. If you say always hide is almost like you're saying it is not there at all. If it's not there at all, it can be used in the calculation. But if you say hide, but can be shown, you're saying that, well, yeah, it is there, so I'm using it in some other calculations. So that's it, you're done. And this query, I'm going to save it as something else because I don't want us to change the last query that we created because, you know, these are all various examples, right? So I'm going to do save as, and so this pop-up will come up, right? Current year, this is going to be the third query, so I'm going to say 3, and I'm going to say sales report by previous, current, and then let's say total quantity. And then you save it. So this needs to change. There we go. So this is hidden. So now let's go and then check it out in our these reports are becoming too many. We need to close a lot of them. Anyway, so here open, and then again it starts with a ZETF, right? So I can either do that again, or I can go to info area, and I know that this is my cube I'm using, and these are the various queries that it comes with. CETM, my product. Why is it only giving me? No. Sorry. You double click on this. Double click. Oh no. This is very slow. Let's wait for it to come up and then we can talk about it. The search option. Sales report by ETM, and it's only one that I have here. I hope I'm using the right query or the right cube. This is C01. All right, so let me go do a search. So I have 3 here, and what info provider am I using here? Let's look at the technical name, C03, right? So C03. So this time around, we can do 2012. So you see that I also did it so that it's mandatory, so that you have to enter something, right? Wait a minute, what's happening? Do a check, and then do an OK. You see what happened, right? So I have my total quantity like that. So this total quantity is based off, it's not really impacted by the previous year or the current year. It is everything up to date. Or better still, if we want to have it differently, we can again come over here and then say there is a previous year quantity plus a current year quantity, and we can use that in our formula, if that makes more sense. All right, we can do previous year quantity plus current year quantity, so that we can get whatever quantity, you know, previous current year quantity total. Okay, so here it's a formula. We can do the same thing over here by going to the key figure side and right-clicking and saying calculated key figure. And then you can either do the edit, like I said, right, or you just double-click on it. So then again, here you have this plus your open orders. And then you can call this your, you know, total quantity, if you want to call it that way. And then I can give this ZETM underscore calculated key figure, you know, version 1 or whatever the name is. And then you do an OK. So it's always there. You can always use this. Instead of using this total quantity, you can use this instead, because this will always be available for any query that you're going to be building based off this NWDemo info provider. So we have the restricted key figure. We have selection, right? We also have calculated key figure. And then we have what formula. So again, this calculated over here is available for reuse. At the info provider level. And this over here is only in query. Any questions? Okay. So these are a couple of things that we have talked about. You guys want me to continue, add a few more, or it's too much right now? Okay. So let's look at what else you know, can we add to a query? What are the other possibilities that are there, and what are some of the issues and the things that we can do here? I mean, this is really basically, if you can do this, you understand the global filter, free characteristics, calculated key figures, restricted key figures. That is what we use for calculations. You see, the purpose for the calculations and the restrictions are all, it's not every time that you're going to get them coming in. For example, if you see this here, it doesn't have any total. If you want to do this over here, you have to do this plus, you know, that for you, you know, the open plus this in an Excel for you to get it. It's the same thing. It gives you flexibility. It gives you flexibility for you to, you know, get some of these things, you know, going, right? Okay. I am going to show you a few other things, and then, you know, I'll have you guys do practice on this, and then when we come back next Saturday, we will do more on this query, and then on weekends, on weekdays, which is a Tuesday, it's going to be just 1 hour. So you see, we're not going to do anything query. We'll take it very little, we'll do some very little stuff in the back end, okay? But we've done a lot of query today, which is good. And I would want you guys to never stop building queries. Okay. I think the Tuesday classes are going to be 8 Central. All right. Okay. There is something else interesting. Remember what I said, that some of these here, if you know, they are local. They are local, right? So if you drag this out, you are not ever going to be able to do what? Use it again. What about the whole structure? This is a structure. This structure here is only in this query. But what if you may be creating a report one day where you may have a need for the entire structure here again, where you wish you can drag, you can move the whole of this thing here, and then, you know, put it somewhere. You can just move this and then just put the whole thing as is. How can you save this structure for it to be reusable at the info provider level? So it means that if it's reusable, it has to be here somewhere, right? You can right click here and then do a save. So what are you saving? You are saving the entire structure. So ZETM underscore structure. You're saving this whole thing. So take a look at it. So this is saved. Look at that. It came up over here. You see that? You see? It's saved, and so it's showing you all the stuff that is here as well. This is the trick. This is the trick. If you open a report and that report has a reusable structure, that means that it's not local. It means that this is tied to that. It means that when I change anything here, right? Take a look at it. If I change anything here, if I change anything, this currency states here. Okay, if I change this, right? If I change, let's say, let me put a Z here, ZZ. If I change this and I hit enter, you see what happened? He changed it here as well because they are connected. So assuming that, you know, you go to a company and you're like, well, you know, yeah, I learned all these things, and let me just go and open this query and maybe save this query as something else, right? You can always save a query as your own so that you can play with it. Don't forget that anything that you change, if you delete something, it gets deleted. You are in trouble. You're going to be fired. Because it's what? It's reusable structure and it's global. Reusable structure is global. Changes made in the query affects it globally. So that means that if there are 10 queries that are being used and you have a reusable structure for this, and you come and you make some changes over here, it is going to affect all 10 queries that are using this structure. All right. So you're going to ask yourself, so hey, so I copied this query and I just want it local. I don't want it global. I just want to be able to remove this reference to the global structure so that this has nothing to do with that. So that whatever changes that I made is only for this portion, right? That means that I can make changes here and not have it affect it globally. What do I do? How can I do that? Well, right-click inside here and remove the reference. So once you remove the reference, you're like, hey, I have nothing to do with you anymore. This one looks a little bit different in color, right? It's a little different in color. This one here looks now is like highlighted. So this here, once I go here and then I do a change and I put a ZZ here, like I did earlier on, see what happens. It doesn't affect it here because I have removed the reference. So you remember what I said? It's a structure. Structure.
Can I ask a question, Evans?
Yes.
How global is global? I'm not sure I understand what you mean by global. So you're saying if we don't remove the reference, and even though we make a new query, it can still affect other queries if we have the reference there and we change one of the key figure.
Okay, that's a good question. So this is our info provider, right? This is our info provider. And the class everyone has created queries. Okay, so let's just say query 1, query 2, query 3, etc., etc. Right? Now, everyone's query is tied to this info provider. That means that the objects that you are getting is at this place, and here is global. It's when we say global, this over here, this info provider here, is what feeds all the information, right? So if we do a local structure on this query here, whatever you do over here does not affect anyone else's query, because remember that all these queries over here all comes from here. All the objects are coming from here. So when I say global, when you save this structure, it actually saves it over here. All right. Now, somebody else comes. So query 1, query 2, query 3, they are all using this structure here, this structure. Let's switch the technical name. This structure is ZETM structure. Query 1 is using, okay, you guys, everyone here is using this structure here. And this structure here is called, it's a global structure, which means that it's reusable, which means that it's not local to your query that you've created alone, but it's available for reuse by anybody that creates a query. That's why it's global. Okay, it's the same concept with the restricted key figures and the calculated key figures. So if this is a global structure, and all these queries are using it because it's global, because it's not saved as a result of your query, but it is actually saved on top of the info provider. Any variable that you're creating it over here. Now, remember that I said global when I started. This global here is with respect to your query. So let's say this is global. So we're talking global in two different forms. This here, as far as your query is concerned, your restriction is not here alone or here alone or here alone, but it's overall query. So this global here we're talking about on this filter is for the query. Anything that you save over here, anything that gets saved here, are you guys seeing my screen? Anything that saves over here is saved under the info provider, so it becomes global for the info provider. That means that whenever you pick up this info provider, that is available for reuse. You want me to take that again if you don't understand that? Anybody? Is anybody confused? Anything that is saved, you link it, and it is saved over here. You see, it's a structure. It is saved under here. It is not. You see that it's not saved. It's not saved at the query level. This query level is a subset of this. So when you save something at this level here, so meaning that this global structure that I'm talking about, even though all your queries are using it, it's actually saved here. It's saved here. So it's reusable. But I'm saying that if you don't remove the reference, if your global structure is being used here and you make changes to it, it affects it because it's linked. So in order for you to disassociate yourself from the global, you can remove the cell reference. That is what we did here. By removing that cell reference, you have disassociated it. See, right now, this one over here, I can add things here. And if I take it off, it's gone for good. But because this is here, I can come in and then bring this. Now, this over here now is a global structure. Any changes I do here will be impacted. So I guess what I'm saying is, assuming that I picked this up and used it, you also pick it up and you use it. Somebody else picks this same app and uses it in their own queries. We are all connected in a way. So the definitions are true for all the queries that are all using one single structure. If you make a change, you're going to affect other people. If you don't want that and your calculation will be different, then remove the reference. So you can play with it all by yourself without affecting everybody else. Am I clear, or is still a little bit Not clear. Yes or no? So, okay. Wale, you're okay, right? Okay. All right, very good. So now we know what a global structure is. We know what a global structure is. Reusable structure, global. Changes made in the queries, affects it globally. So even if you go into the query here, like I said, if this is global, you change it, anywhere in the system that is using this structure is affected. It can be 10 queries, it can be 20 queries, it can be 100 queries. You are using something that is being shared. It's a shared structure. And shared structures cannot be local. They have to be stored somewhere where everybody can access it, right? And so that is why it is at that info provider level. Yes, and so if you have to tailor fit it, then you want to remove the cell reference so that you do not, mess up with the rest of the folks. So same thing, any restricted key figure and any of that stuff is all going to be available. Now, don't confuse this global part to this filter here that I talked about, because you see, if I say that, if I put 2006, if I do a restriction and I put 2006 here, this is only going to affect my query. And when I say my query, it's going to affect every object here. But remember that, you put 2006 here, but then you're going to be selecting something else for 2009, 2010, or 2013 to give you previous year 2012. That doesn't make sense. So you see that this here only affects this amount or this quantity. It doesn't affect everything here, and that is the reason why it's local. It's specific to your key figure. But whatever you put here, 2006 here, will override anything that you have here. It will basically give you 2006, period. Because you're saying that I want everything as far as my data to be restricted by 2006. So it's global, again, to the overall query. So when I say global here, I'm talking about the query, not the field, right? Think about it here. Let me make something let me make it a little bit more so you can understand. So you have you have an info provider and you have a query, okay, and you have fields in the query or characteristics. All right, so this is global, right? But when you're looking at characteristics and as far as your query is concerned, this query can also be global because the query is made up of characteristics. So this characteristics becomes a subset of what is here because these fields here, so let me even say fields, or I don't want to use the word field, but that's okay. Let's say fields here. And then these fields make up these queries. So field 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 that make up this query. You can decide to restrict only field 1. That is local. So you say field 1, I want you to only give I want you to give me current year. That is, your restriction is based on the field, on the quantity, on the amount. If you put your restriction here at this query level, as far as these fields are concerned, this query is global. So anything that you do here affects the overall query. Anything that you do here affects the individual key figures. Is that good? Any questions so far? Any questions? All right, very good. So how about we take another scenario? So this is scenario 1. You know, the report to display report. So it's develop a report to display how many, or to display quantity and amounts of products did I sell in a year, right? In a year. Okay. This is fair. This is scenario 1. This was what we did. All right. So here again, we're saying that current year, previous year, products, current year, previous year comparison report. Okay. So here we can say develop a report to compare so again, this is scenario 2. All right. What else? Did we do another scenario previously? Anything else we did? All right. So we are on scenario 3, right? So what could our scenario 3 be? You can say design design a report by, let's say, region. Okay, by region, not by product, by region. The other one, this one over here, this is by product. To compare by products, comma, current year and all of this, right? This one here we're saying to compare by region. Okay? To compare by region. Requirement. Design a report by region for requirement in scenario 2. How about that? So basically what we are saying is that if you look here, there are countries, right? These are countries. So if they want it by region, that means that we want all of the U.S., no, not all of the U.S., let's say if they want it by region, we want North America, we want, let's say, Europe, we want Africa, we want Asia. Let's say they want it like that, right? let's say, so let's add that so that, so let's add a little bit more. So that means that they want North America, or let's just say North America. So they want it this way. North America, they want it for Europe, right? Asia, Africa. Actually, they don't care about us too much. What are you talking about? All right, so then what else? North America, Europe, Asia. Let's just say ROW, rest of the world. Our data doesn't have anything that says North America, Europe, Asia. So how can we establish this? Who can tell me? Anybody? So again, I'm going to create a new report. Oh, you know something? Let me save this. What kind of changes did we make here? Did I remove the cell reference? Yes, I did. This is 3 and it's saved already, isn't it? So let's save it. And then, if I want to build it from scratch, I can build it from scratch. But if I want to leave it as is, because it's going to be exactly the same thing, just that we don't want it by product, right? If we don't want it by product, I can go ahead and then just do a save as, so that I'm copying the report. So the report technical name by 4 and sales report by region. Sales report by region. Okay, so if we say sales report by region, oh, I need to move this away. All right, so now we're taking this off. So who can tell me what we can do here? How can we get North America, Asia, rest of the world, and Europe? Okay, fairly well. Now, there are instances where you don't have info objects that has, let's say, North America or Europe or anything like that. In instances like that, we can always do groupings, right? We can do groupings. So we can find a way to basically combine, let's say, all the company codes that we have for North America. Let's say we have US here. Is there Canada anywhere? US and Canada. So US is showing what, 44444, right? So we can look at it that way. So the first thing we want to do is, whenever you want to combine something, or you want to build an object based on certain parameters that you don't have, you are going to have to create what we call a structure. This is a structure for a query to exist, and this is again, an exam question. How many structures do you need? You need a minimum of 1, and this is a structure. This over here, this thing that looks like, I can move this here, and it makes it look different. If I run this query, it's going to work, even though at the rows, I put key figures there. So by default, we have a structure at columns. But I can create a structure here. Take a look at it. I just right-clicked and said create structure. You can only have a maximum of 2 structures in a query. So what is this structure? It says me being able to create my own objects through selection and then giving them names. So let me say that this one here, I want this to be called North America. Just the name itself, it doesn't help me, right? It doesn't say, it doesn't mean anything. Now, I want to create 4 empty objects like this. So I can right click and say copy. And I can say paste. And then say paste. And then say paste. For the purposes of what we are doing, let me add another one and then call it something. All right, so we want to call, we are interested in the, by region. So let's just say regions. Okay. Now, North America is going to go under regions. And the next one is going to be Europe, isn't it? And the next one we say is going to be what? Asia. And the next one we said is going to be ROW or rest of world. Rest of world. Rest of the world. Let's see. ROW. So don't you agree with me that North America all the way out to the rest of the world will belong under region? So I can drag it and put it under region. You see that? This is a structure. So assuming that there are, other plants or company codes, let's say Texas, if they want it by country, by state, right? I can actually, make a copy of this. And then I can say paste as child. It goes under North America. And then I can call this, let's say Texas. So you see, I am actually building, I have built a structure. That is a structure. But we are not interested in that level of detail because that's not what we have. What we have is here at this level, isn't it? Okay. If that is the case, how do we define North America? What is North America? Double click it and then just do a restriction. So is it a country? Is it by country key? Or there is a region here, isn't it? So let's look at something. Oh, there is New York, California. So New York and California will all fall under North America. All right? So we can either use a region key or we can use a country key. Country key, okay, so here we have US. See that? You see the difference? If we want to use region key, we have to pick New York and California, which is equal to US. So we can pick US here, put it in there, right? So North America, there is no Canada there, so we are okay. That's the only country key available. So we've defined it. And then we go to Europe. And then also we can decide to use, Europe is going to be what? France, Great Britain, and Germany, isn't it? Germany. That's Europe. All right, Asia doesn't have anything. So the rest of the world doesn't have anything, but I'm going to do unassigned. Unassigned means, it doesn't have, so anything else that may be available that is not under DE, FR, GB, US, and it just says unassigned, should pick it up and then give us the rest of the world, okay? So here I am. I am done. That's all. This is it. I've created my query. I have my region, and that's about it. So I'm going to save this query, and we're going to run it. I don't know why they want to pay you so much money for stuff that's easy. Man. Okay, let's do a find. I think it's 4, right? That's the 4th query we just built. So let's look for that right there. If you can master what we've done today, go and put up your resume and start applying for a job. See how beautiful it is? So the rest of the world doesn't have anything. Oh, Asia. Did we put anything for Asia? Oh, we didn't put anything for Asia, so it's picking up all the junk, right? It's picking up all the junk. So what we need to do is we need to go back and see what we can do about Asia. Where is Asia? This is Asia. It's not even allowing me to select what's going on. So region is not defined and Asia is not defined. Okay. There is yet something that I will talk to you guys about, but I wouldn't want to talk about that just yet. And that is cell editors. If I want to clean up region, I don't want to see region. And this cell editor, I will talk to you guys about it, but I just don't want to do that just yet. Okay. Cell editor allows me to be able to, you know, do calculations. Say I can pick this one here plus this, plus that, plus this, and put it in any of the cells I want. But all I want to do is I want to clean this Asia. You see, Asia is giving me some freaking numbers here, and I don't want it. And regions is also giving me some numbers I don't want. So I'm going to just double click inside of these. And by double clicking, what I'm saying is I'm telling him that, hey, I have intentions to do some calculations on here. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I have some intention. I have an intention of doing calculation, but I'm going to select all of it. And if this will allow me, I'm going to say always hide. Always hide. Because there is nothing there, right? I mean, Asia, there is nothing there right now, so you don't want to do that. But especially for region, if I don't want to see anything in region, because region is supposed to not have anything, right? It's just like a folder or like a directory for me. I don't want to be dealing with that. So again, I double click, and then I do shift and then select everything. And what I'm interested in is saying always hide. So this hides. But as far as Asia is concerned, I'm going to take these off because, you know, Asia, if we may not have data today, but if Asia comes in tomorrow and you have this, then the data is not going to come in. So I'm going to have to work on Asia differently. So let's say that, let's come to Asia, yes. Sales can be very funny sometimes. Right? So let me see what I can do with Asia so that I can restrict it by so I can pick up, let's say, country and restrict this. I can do a direct input and say that, let's say, for example, China. If we know that Asia, we have China there, it's not represented in master data. That's fine. So we just do an OK. All right. So I just put it there so that there is nothing in there. So, you know, it's not supposed to give me any values anymore. So I cleaned up region and I hard coded something in Asia so it doesn't bring me any other results. So let's see how that works out. This is just click and click and click and click. It's so easy. Why would anybody want to pay you $120,000 for this? Well, they have the money to spend, so we can go enjoy a little bit of it, right? So you see, oh, wait a minute. I thought I cleared this. Did I leave something? What is this here? Okay. So as soon as you see this, then you know that I might have left this open, right? I might have left it. So we can go back and be like, okay, when we did the cell editing, I left. Maybe this is not showing height. It's showing height. Oh, there we go. This one. And this one too. This one too, we need to delete it from there. So that when data counts, you can go in, and then this one is supposed to be hidden. So anyway, I've introduced you to cell editors. So if there is nothing at all, I would want to talk. I want to take that up again when you guys have practiced a little bit more. Okay. So now that it is saved, let's go back. This thing doesn't have to be there, right? You guys already know that. Beautiful. So this is what we're waiting for. So you can collapse the region, and then you can open it. So if you had more underneath North America in the form of a hierarchy, you can build all of that. Europe, you can see that. Asia, you can see that. But this is what they want, and this is what we have delivered. A report like this can be used by upper management, the CIO, who just wants to be able to sit down in his private jet and be like, okay, let's see what my previous year amount was that I made. 177 million. Yeah. What about the current year? 187. Okay, North America is doing very good. I'm very happy. What about Europe? 243 for current year, 231 for previous year. Okay, that's not bad. So we are moving up, right? And then he can decide to call the CFO, or have a meeting where it's going to be a top-down planning, where the issue is we want to be able to increase our revenue by, let's say, 20% for next year. Or want to increase our revenue this year, 187, 177, that's like 10 million, right? 10 million increase. That's good. But if they're like, look, next year we want to increase our revenue by 100 million. That means that they want to get 287 million. So that 100 million, now $100 million, how are we going to be able to achieve making more sales for 100 million? This came from the upper management, right? So it is top-down distribution. So now it's 100 million. So then who is going to take what? You have to distribute all of this according to what? Let's say sales representatives that are in Houston and all the various cities. So the managers at the state level will maybe take $10 million each, and then they also look at it, wow, I have 10 million. What am I going to do with 10 million? Let me see who I can give. Okay, you take 200,000, you take 400,000, you take 500,000. What does that mean? We need to be able to increase the stuff that we sell. We need to be able to increase our sales representatives. We need to be able to increase in what? We need to be able to expand, maybe build more stores or whatever, right? That is top-down distribution. This is, by the way, this is not even BW. I'm giving you a lecture on how planning is done. But it's all based on this report. The chief himself, the CEO, the owner of the company is seeing these numbers, and he doesn't have to see the product because he's upper level. Look, I'm interested in the numbers. Just give me the numbers. And he's looking at this and he's happy. All right, it's 11:47, and I would want to end over here. Basically, what we have done so far is, so far very good. We are on track. So what else did we talk about after the reusable structure global? We talked about structures in queries, right? And those kind of structures, of course, they can also be saved, right? You can always right-click and then, save as and remove the reference. It's the same, all right? So you can have a structure that you've defined for your company, and it will forever be there. You can always reuse it because it will always be North America, Europe, whatever. It will always be there, you see? Fields that are hidden in queries that you use for calculation, that is why they are hidden. Make note of that. Make note of your structure and then make note of the cell editor. Okay, structures and query and then cell editor. Any questions for me so far? So it means that we've dealt with all of these, right? Next week, we're going to talk about exceptions, conditions, and the query properties. So that whenever you have query properties and stuff, and we actually started some today, didn't we? We query properties are nothing but being able to, what's going on here? Being able to set the results where the result is a certain way and all of that. Okay, so this is what is left for us to do. And I want you to look at your TBW, go through it, and go through the stuff that we've done today, and you realize that we've covered a lot as far as queries are concerned. There is not very, very much to it. Whatever we've done today is it. So you see, now that you understand the the reports and the end result, we will then start talking about how do we get the data into the system for us to build these beautiful reports we're talking about. So here, this is your assignment. You are going to build these reports that we have, right? I will send you, I think that, yeah, I don't have that readily available, but the four queries that we've built today, I need you guys to replicate these reports for me. Build these reports. And Kofi, maybe we'll have to send this to them if you're in the class. Kofi, you here?
I'm here.
Okay. All right. So these reports that we've basically built, right? We'll talk about it so that they can replicate it. So if we say build this by that, and we'll give them. Eva, if you're here, we're going to need a true query design specifications, so they can actually look at that document from day one. When you go out there, you are working. That is the kind of a document that is either given to you because somebody has already gathered the requirements, or that is what you're going to be using to actually do any query design. And then I'm going to give you more queries for you to create besides these four that we've created. So expect an assignment coming besides these reports. And this one over here, you have the names, so you can always look at it, and then you can create your own. And then I encourage you to look at more and more queries, especially on this OD_NW_C01 data. I think that there are two types of two different info providers that I used today, but it's okay. Once you can create the reports and you can apply all the stuff we've talked about, I'm happy. Okay. There were a couple of things that I left out: replacement path, customer exit, and then SAP exit. So I'm going to add that over here so that we can be happy. Replacement path and customer exit. Replacement path, customer exit. What are these things doing here anyway? Let's get rid of them. They don't destroy our notes. So basically, just to give you an idea, exceptions will allow you to give you colors. Let's say you can set an exception that, hey, for quantities or for amounts that is greater than 1 million, show me green. If it is less than 200,000, show me red. Exceptions are nothing but colors. Conditions are filters on key figures. All right, so you can say, show me the top 5. If it's a product, then it's only going to filter and give you only the top 5 in your query. You can say, show me the top 10. So you have, all these types of conditions that you can just select in your report, and it makes it very, very simple. Query properties will allow us to be able to explore the things that we've done already today, which is you select something, let's go through display, all these options that are over here, reverse the sign. If the sign is giving you $10 and you want it as -10, you reverse the sign and give you negative. These are like very simple stuff, all right? The most important thing is the hardest part of the stuff we've done already. I mean, I can treat the rest of the stuff, but I don't want to talk about it now because, if we do that today, there's nothing else to talk about tomorrow. So this is really good. This is good. Replacement path. we're going to use an example for, say, for example, you have current year, blah, 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 blah. I mean, whatever you input in your user entry variable, if it's 2006, wouldn't you be happy to have that replaced so you can have 2006 as the current year here? So it's actually selected automatically. So whatever your previous year is, it comes up. Whatever your current year is, the actual year comes up. We can do this using text variables as well. Text variables, and we can use a replacement path to be able to, see how this also works. Customer exits, and then SAP exits. So I'm giving you these topics so that you can read about it. It will take us less than an hour to go through all of this. So I need you to go through the class material, TBW20, and then go through this as well, plus the assignments. And please be ready for next week. I need you to be working. All right? So thank you very much for attending, and I will see you next week. All right. Recording ended. Any questions, anything else?